How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Daddy Dave, and this is AgriBusiness Tonight. This is a show where we talk about mods, news, all the things going on here in Farming Simulator, and we have been off for the past couple of weeks. We have had a very busy couple of weeks on top of that, so really looking forward to the show here tonight. We're going to have a lot to talk about. Holy smokes. Let's see. So we got a couple of people out there already. We got Rail Fanning Jonah. We saying I better get some snacks ready for the stream. Oh yeah, have your snacks, have your drinks, have everything all set, ready to go, because it's gonna be a long one. Will and I are prepared to be on here for a bit. But how you doing, Jonah? Hope you're having a fantastic day. We got Pippa. How you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day as well. We got Pippa saying hi. How's everyone today? Hi Jonah. Hi BDD Gaming and WillT. I am doing fantastic, Pippa. Thank you for asking. Ken, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day as well. What up, people? What up, Ken? Pippa says hi, BDD and WillT. Pippa also says, how's everyone today? Doing fantastic. Star Spangled Mods, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day. What's up? I don't know why, but that scene from Scary Movie just kind of comes into my head every time I hear that. It's like, what the? Jonah says, I can't wait. No, absolutely cannot wait. This is going to be a good one. We got a lot of stuff that came in through mods. We got tons of news going on. I got Will muted in the background. As soon as he starts up his stream, I'll go ahead and kick us back in so we can hear him. I love it. That's where I get it from. Absolutely. That's awesome. Reaver, how's it going? Hola to you too. Oh man, it has been a good couple of weeks. So I ended up missing last Sunday's stream with Will here. So we basically went from the 2 Sundays ago with Looney Farm Guy to missing the following week, previous week now to today. So we've got a tons of information to pass on to everyone. And I've got a little bit of a new system going on here tonight. So I've been hearing through the grapevine, people are wanting me to kind of display the things that I'm talking about, or that we're talking about for this show. So I'm going to be bouncing back and forth between in-game stuff, when we're kind of, waffling back and forth. I'll also be showing off the mods and stuff from the mod hub itself, so y'all will be able to see exactly the mods that we're talking about, and that there's not going to be any confusion going forward. I was showing the mods that I had downloaded onto my system and whatnot, but it was one of those that I very sparingly download mods, so it doesn't make sense for me to do it that way and have nobody understand or know what I'm talking about. So we're going to be bouncing back and forth. We're going to see game footage. We're going to see my handsome mug. We're going to see the mod hub, the whole 9 yards. And then when it comes time to talk about the news and all that stuff, I can also show that stuff off too. So we'll be good to go. Going to be trying something new here today, so I'm looking forward to it. Nacho Cast says, sup y'all? What's up, Nacho? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's see. Jonah says, I don't think he did a stream last Sunday. No, Will did not do a stream last Sunday. So because I wasn't here and Will was busy, we basically decided to just kind of, skip it. Let's see. Ken says, correct, Jonah, no stream last week. And Benji, how's it going, Benji? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Saying Nanu Nanu. Let's see. Uh-oh. Let's see. Something happened. What happened here? I have no idea what just happened there, but I lost Will. Let's see if we can get him back. So anyways.
Hello?
Will, you able to hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Were you trying to talk, or did you do your intro?
Not yet.
No?
No,
Okay.
I literally just paused music. No, because I was just asking if you wanted to hop over to the general chat over on mine.
Ah, gotcha. No, all of a sudden. Oh, yeah, I see. You did text me. I missed it, though. Okay. So, yeah, Benji says doing great. And then, Will, did you break something already? Says Jonah. Uh, they know us too well, Will.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Give me 1 second.
Yep, take your time.
Yo, what's going on, guys? It's WTG here. I'm back after taking a little time off. I'm here with BDD. Give me 1 second. I mute this. Okay, there we go. That's better. Yeah, I'm here with BDD as usual, as Sunday nights. AgriBusiness Tonight, and man, do we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we do.
Well, did you want to head over there, or did you just want to stay in the call, just as we are right now?
I mean, if we're, do we have other people who are joining us, or is it just you and I? If it's just you and I, we can just stay in this.
I mean, more than likely, I think Luke might hop in like he usually does.
Okay, yeah, then, let me figure out where that's at. Let's see, general. There we go. I will meet you over there. Oops. Probably should have. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Haha, now we're talking. So yeah, if he joins us, we'll be good to go.
Yeah. So, yeah, because I see him on, so he might. Oh. All right. So you just got back from vacation, which I know that you and I were just talking about that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was saying on the stream a couple of days ago when I started the new series there on Colmsden Farm, which I'm so pumped about being on that. A whole new load of fears got unlocked on that trip. For those who are, parents, you'll understand the fears that you experience, as a parent. It gets pretty intense sometimes, and as a new parent, or newer parent, I should say, still learning all those fears and going into situations where I'm not, solely in control of the goings on that's happening on the cruise there. Yeah, it's just kind of exhausting when everything was all said and done.
Jonah, what's going on? Oh, nope, that's the wrong. That's the wrong button.
Well, don't push it.
Ah, there we go. Boom, perfect. Oh, it's been a little bit. Jonah says, "Hey BDD from WillT's chat."
Well, Jonah from WillT's chat, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. We got Why Not Gaming saying hi. Nacho Cast saying hey to Not. Ken saying what up. Why Not saying hi to Nacho. Joseph. Oh, I apologize about your last name. I'm gonna butcher out your Muro. Anyways, Joseph says howdy. How you doing, Joseph? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. And Why Not saying hi to Ken.
Jonah, man, if you want to join us, man, you can. I don't have a problem with that. If you're able to.
Yeah, absolutely. Buckle up because it's going to be a long one.
All right, so I already have it loaded up on my screen.
Beauty.
For the new mods already.
Ooh, hope y'all are ready for this.
So just let everyone know. So B and I did talk about it. We decided to go that we're gonna go with the 2 weeks. So we're gonna talk about new mods for 2 weeks, and the 1 week.
Oh, we got a lot.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, we only got mods twice last week.
Yes.
But that was only because there's a patch and then another patch, and there's another patch that's gonna be coming out to fix that patch.
I shouldn't laugh, but how can't you?
Oh, and on top of that too, it's February. Oh, it reminds. Oh, darn it! What day is it? Second. So in 19 days, I'll be 30 years old.
Ooh, birthday coming up.
And yes, I will be doing a birthday stream, which BDD I would like you to be part of.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be a Friday night, so just let
Score.
you know. So, but you also pay attention because I will be posting it and it's gonna be all over. When I do, is the very first DLC should be getting announced here pretty soon.
Nice.
So
I can't wait for that.
So, and as far as I'm aware, there's over 2,000 mods waiting to be tested right now. There wasn't anything, but I heard that from somebody. So,
Whew. And I heard noises.
That's a lot.
oh,
Jonah.
there's Jonah.
What's up, folks?
What's going on, man? And yes, I did bring cough drops, in case everyone was wondering.
Nice.
All right, so the very first mod we're going to start off is I want to see you pronounce it Kosh or Nosh. Speed Max 560 by Hans.
So this one here confuses and vexes me. The reason being is this is just a mulcher, as far as I'm aware. I don't think this has any other bells and whistles that I'm aware of. But I must admit, I didn't keep up with like the mod reviews or anything like that when all that stuff was happening. But the reason it confuses and vexes me, it's either Noki, Nosh, Notch, something or other, Speed Max 560. We have the Speed Max 560 base game. Same price, same meters, working with, same horsepower requirements. As far as I'm aware, same working speed. I show it's 11 miles per hour in game. It's 20 kilometers per hour, which I think that equates out. So yeah, it's the same exact thing. I don't understand why.
There is a big difference actually with this modded version compared to the base game version, which I didn't even know until I took a closer look at it. It doesn't say, but you do get an option to either have it trailed or front.
Okay, so that makes more sense. Okay. And you can see that in the pictures they submit. You got one picture here of it in reverse, going behind the tractor, and then there's other ones where like here's behind, and then there's one of it here in the front. So that is a big difference. I will concede and no longer be confused or vexed.
I mean, it's not bad either. If anyone is wondering, it's 3.43 megabytes to download.
Yeah, not too bad for the file size, but you figure it's essentially the same model. Maybe the only visual difference I see is that the tines on the base game one is red, to where the tines on this one look like they can be black.
Yeah. I mean, I personally am not going to use it, but so somebody out there is all excited for it.
Well, I mean, it's one of those where if you have a tractor with enough power on it and you can hook it up in the front or in the rear, well, then you kind of get the option of eliminating multiple jobs in one pass kind of thing.
Right.
So if you can have a front mulcher that's 5.6 meters, which this is, and in the front, and then have something behind that's 5.6 meters or equivalent to that, maybe a seeder or a plow or something, well then you're good to go. You get multiple jobs done all at once.
Right. Right. Let's see here. I mean, it's also a very highly detailed mod too, honestly. So here, the next one is that's right. Yeah, so it's the Alpico Maratona MG 300.
So this one is a disc harrow, and again, there's a few of these mods here recently that confused me. This one is another one that confuses me, and here's why. If we look under the disc harrows base game, this is $19,500 for 120 horsepower requirement, 3 meter working with, 3 meters. Bleh. That's number one. Base game, we have a disc harrow, the Nooch, not something or other, Crossmax 300. That's base game for $9,000, also 3 meters. So, unless you are a Alpago fan, I don't see the point of spending more than double the amount in order to have this particular disc harrow. Now, if this has some bells and whistles associated to it, maybe, but I'm not sure.
It doesn't. Benji, what's going on? Says good evening with a thumbs up. I mean, it's still. I mean, it's not awful. I mean, for anyone's wondering, it's 5.18 megabytes to download.
Oh, and don't get me wrong. Nothing I've said so far has been like, oh, I think this is a terrible mod. You don't go download it. I'm not saying that whatsoever. I will never say that something is terrible and recommend people don't download it. There's going to be people who are going to like this mod just because of what it is, and it's going to fit some scheme or something they're doing or whatever the case, whatever the reason behind it is. There's going to be people out there who love it, and that's great. That's fantastic. From my perspective, the way I think about it is, again, from a console player's perspective, do I want to take up any amount of space, and what are the trade-offs for giving up that space? So, yeah, this is only 5.18 megabytes to download. That's all fine and dandy. It's more than double the price for the same meterage for working with that we get in base game. We get the same exact thing, more than double the price, and it's more horsepower requirements. The base game one is 95 horsepower. This one's 120 horsepower. So, again, for me personally, it wouldn't make sense for me to install it.
I 100% agree. Let's hear Benji says it's going well. How about you? Oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, man. Just getting over a cold. Well, that's Speed Max got a 4.8 star rating by 29 people.
And this one has a 4.9. So again,
16.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking for things specifically from that frame, from that lens. And there's going to be other people out there who are going to be like, Dave, you're crazy, you're nuts. This is an amazing mod. It looks great. It works perfectly. You know, take a hike kind of thing. And that's fine. If you disagree with me, that's totally fine. I'm not hurt by it. And I'm not saying these to be mean or to say don't go out and look into this mod. But thinking from a console player perspective, it's not worth it to me.
No, I 100% agree with that. Let's see here. The next one is the PCH-2,5, or it's 2 or 5, by the Razer modding team, which has a 4.6 star rating by 18. For anyone wondering, this is a subsoiler.
So this one I actually kind of like. So, and I say that kind of, not really tongue-in-cheek. That's probably not the way to best portray it. So, base game, we have, let's see, two plows that this would kind of be the in-between version of it. We got the Alpago K Dyno 5200 and the AgriSim Combi Plow Gold. The Alpago is 2 meter working with. The AgriSim is 3 to 4 meter working with. They're both $10,000 starting price, right? This is 2.5 meters working with. So it's right dead center of those two that I just named base game. But the difference is that this one is $3,930 starting price. $3,900 compared to 10 grand. You get 0.5 meters one way or the other difference between the two, but you're saving almost a third of the price. When you're starting out and you've got only a few $100,000 to work with, this might be the option that you want to take to be able to advance and get a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, plus it's a big old shocker too, because the manufacturer is a Russell Mash.
Exactly. What was that, Jonah?
That's it indeed. You want to save money.
Yes.
And for anyone out there wondering, yes, it is 3.40 megabytes to download.
Yeah, so again, it's a good starting price. It's a good in between working with between the two that I've mentioned before. You're going to save money. You're going to get a comparable working with, so you're not sacrificing there, and it's not that much to down or to install it. So win, win, win.
Right?
W.
Let's see here. I mean, I feel like that might be good for vineyards too, honestly.
I think you're right.
Which, speaking of vineyards, the next one is the MP122 Osea Twin by USM or Universimu Modding. Got a 4.4 star rating by 39 people. And if anyone is wondering, yes, this is under Grapes and Olives under Grapes Tools. Now this I like because it's a dual header and a dual trimmer.
So I think this just works with grapes, as far as
Yep.
I'm aware. If you are a person who likes to do grapes, this is going to be right up your alley, and here's why. It's 2.54 megabytes to install. Super small, not a big deal. Price, $22,000. That's not a bad price. It's 2 cutters for the price of 1. So you get to save time and half the work. That's a big bonus. Now, base game, we get the 1 cutter, and let me find it here. Base game, where is... There we go. Grape Harvest. Nope. Grape Tools. There we go. Grape Tools. We got the Providus MP122 Osea for 16 grand. That's a one cutter. So it's basically just cut this in half and you got the same tool. But it's 16 grand. So for an extra 6 grand, you got yourself 2 cutters and you're good to go. So it's not even double the price for having double the working width.
My internet must be running real slow today.
Uh-oh.
You gotta get off that McDonald's internet, Will.
No, I mean, it finally decided to load. So, I mean, some of the pictures are loading in, some of them aren't. But, yeah, as I'm just showing off some of the pictures right now, which is nice because you can actually detach the one, so you can only have the one if you want it.
Yes. So it's definitely a really nice mod because not only is it going to be that kind of functional portion like we've been talking about here, but it's also going to have multiple purposes to where if you have a bit of a tighter vineyard or a bit of a tighter space, you can eliminate the one side to be able to work with just half of the tool.
Right, and I'm looking this here. They missed a spot, like in the picture. They missed a spot on the vineyard.
Really?
Shame. So this is the very first picture. If you look all the way to the back of like the very first row, you see that they miss them. And
well, see, that might be something to be worried about though, because if they miss that, did the actual machine itself miss it, or did they just not engage it properly? And I don't know. That might be something to watch out for those who are interested in this mod. It's good eye, Will. Good eye.
And for everyone wondering, because it doesn't say it on the title itself, but the manufacturer is Providus. I think that's how you pronounce it. I don't want to pronounce half these names. So the next one on the list is Logger. Now this, I gotta open this up for the whole thing. So this is by Farm Sim World FS Modding. And if anyone wondering, it is 5.22 megabytes to download.
So this one, I like. I like this one. It's a nice looking model. It looks purpose driven, looks strong, looks like a logging trailer ought to look. Now, what I really like about it is when I look at the trailers that we have base game and the one I do have installed, I am currently using on one of my Let's Play series. Here we go. So base game, we've got the Pits trailer, which is basically something similar to this, but it's kind of more straight axled kind of thing, or straight lined.
Right.
It doesn't have like the nice little swoops and angles and stuff. It doesn't have all the color combinations and all that stuff. But the base game one also has I forget what it's called, but it's like a head rack. Prevents the logs from going into the cab if in a collision kind of thing. But this one doesn't. But what I like about it is that the base game one is $26,000. This one is its equal. It's a dual axle trailer for logging. Should carry roughly the same amounts, same capacities, the whole 9 yards there. But this is only $18,500, so you're going to save money again right off the bat. 5.22 megabytes to download, so not that large. Custom colors, rims, the whole 9 yards. So yeah, that's a win-win.
See, for me, I like it because it looks like it is actually an American trailer, which is nice.
That too, and then the other trailer that I have installed, which I'm currently using on the other Let's Play series I'm doing, that one's $42,500. So that one's way more expensive than this one would be, more than double the price, or about double the price. And that one's a triple axle trailer compared to this dual axle trailer, but this one just looks thick and purpose driven. Like this one looks like it's meant to stand up to the job. The other one has these really thin kind of bunk rails on them, and like it does the job, don't get me wrong, but it just, I don't know, looks puny compared to this one, and I like it.
This did get a 4.4 star rating by 24. I mean, the only reason why I'm going over that is because someone actually reached out to me a couple of days ago and asked me if I could go over the star ratings because it helps them decide. So I was like, sure.
Makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. The one thing I will say is the user ratings are nice. They can kind of be a good little bellwether as to what the general consensus is. But, just be aware that take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. Take what anybody else says with a grain of salt when it comes to these mods and stuff. Is just, what you are doing on your game.
Right.
So as long as you know what you're doing and you think that you're going to like it, install it, see if it works for you. If it does, then it doesn't matter what the other people think. It doesn't matter what I say about it either. So at the end of the day, as long as you're happy with it, it doesn't matter.
And if you don't like it, uninstall it.
Exactly.
It's like that one comment that somebody made against Taylor Farms about his map, which I did look up that YouTuber, and I left a comment on his little short that he made for that, and I told him it was completely disrespectful to even come out and basically say that this is the worst map for FS25. Like, and besides myself saying it, 15 other people said it. Well, then why don't you go make a map?
Well, and I've said this numerous times, but that's exactly the reason why I don't go out and just say, this is bad, this is terrible, this is X, Y, or Z.
Right.
I try not to put out like a huge negative thing about any kind of mods or maps or anything like that, because number one, I can't do it. So me sitting here saying, oh, well, this sucks or this is bad or whatever, well, I can't do any better. So I'm just happy that there's people out there who are willing to do this and willing to put in the effort. That's number one. But number two, it's not helpful to sit there and just complain about it. It doesn't help anybody. Feel free to tell people, hey, I think this could improve it, or I think this could help, X, Y, and Z. And
Right.
the modder might be willing to listen, they might not. And if they're not, if they just don't either don't want to listen to it, don't care about what you're saying, or whatever, that's fine too. It is what it is. And ultimately, at the end of the day, you're the one in charge of whether you're going to install something on your machine or not. But
Right.
going out there and going scorched earth on on people and cutting people down or cutting the mods down or whatever, it's not helpful at the end of the day.
Well, evidently, because it's actually funny we're talking about that, because I refreshed my Facebook page, and that's the very first thing that popped up was that post that I was referring about. And it looks like someone commented and said that video has been private. So apparently, I guess that YouTuber who made that video took everything, you know, not very well, and he made it as a private video instead of a public. So
Well, and I mean, more than likely, they ended up getting some backlash saying, hey, just exactly what we're saying here tonight is it's not helpful, it's not useful, and just sitting here and complaining about it doesn't achieve anything other than to, I guess, hurt feelings.
right, exactly. So whatever you guys do, be respectful. Simple as that.
Yeah.
I was actually gonna make a stream the other day. Oh, I was so teed off after I saw. See, I said teed off, but the after I saw. Oh, it was from Sid Modding. Oh, that broke my heart. No, I wanted to make a stream just dedicated to that, but I was like, you know what? It's not gonna be worth it at that point, so I didn't even bother. So basically, for anyone wondering what happened with that, just to summarize it up real quick, somebody stole his mods and uploaded them for themselves and upload them on third-party websites.
Oh, I did hear about that. Yeah,
without permission. So, thankfully, with the huge community being behind Sid Modding, he's going to continue making mods. So, moving on. The next we have the Crampy Big Body 650. This is by Julie 7250 and Chris. And for anyone who is wondering, it is 4.6 star rating by 38 people, and it is 12.71 megabytes to download.
So this one's a bit higher on the downloading side, but it does fill a very golden rule I have for my trailers. I always look for trailers that are as close to $1,000 per 1,000 liters as possible, and this one fulfills that. It's $27,800 starting price for the 21,900 liter, and it gets up to 33,000 liters at the top end. Now, yeah, the price will adjust, but it's close. It's really close to that $1,000 per 1,000 liters, so that's really good. Now, what I like about this too is that it's a good in-between, or a little bit smaller than the base game big body that we have starting out in-game. We've got the Crampy Big Body 750S. This is a 650. So the starting game one has a capacity of 20,000 to 37,500. This base one is 21,900. So it's the base of the 650 is bigger than the base of the 750. So that's actually kind of cool. And then where it evens out, or where the 750 is bigger, is at the top end. So that's nice. It's a good little in between. The big body that we get in base game is 35,500 to start. This is 27,800 to start. So again, it's cheaper to start out with, not by much. It's only a few grand cheaper. But I do like the little decal on the side of it with the Rhino trailer.
Yeah, I like that too. I thought that was kind of funny. I mean, plus there's like a decent amount of options too for it.
Yeah, it says tires, colors, capacity, warning strips, Rhino decal, and platform.
Yep. So, and if anyone is wondering, yes, you can find it under trailers. Just if anyone is wondering, because I guarantee I'm going to hear about that eventually from someone. Where can I find this? The next one is the Flegel Combi Duplex Pack. This is by this is by Greenland Farming and Marco. It is 1.23 megabytes to download. and it is 4.9 star rating by 14 people.
So very highly rated for the amount of people that rated it. That's not bad. At the end of the day, though, as best as I can tell, it's just a bale spike, but it's a cheap bale spike. The duplex, which is the bigger of the two, is $2,000. Base game, because this is on a front loader, at least the picture I'm looking at right now. Base game is $600 for just a single spike. So that's actually pretty decent price for a set of equipment that's a little bit bigger, kind of thing. About 3x price for having bigger capacity or bigger spiking capacity, I guess. 1.23 megabytes to download. The size isn't bad. So if this is something that's up your alley, again, it's something that's good to go.
Now, the only front loader tools or telehandler tool, well, I should say telehandler tools, that's mainly what it's under, but that's the JCB pack from Ross and Mods that came out. I love using that pack. And if anyone is wondering, it is under loaders and front loader tools.
Just real quick, Will, do you mind if I jump in real quick with the chat?
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. So let me disable this just real quick. So the reason I want to jump in there is I just got notifications from Whiskey Creek Farms with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Whiskey. I greatly appreciate it. Went to Grumpy Gray Farmer, say that 5 times fast, Farmer Mike, Brian Burrow Royalty, we got Williams Farm, and Farmer Willie B. All were gifted memberships. Again, Whiskey, thank you so very, very much. Going back up, we've got, let's see, where was I? I think I was with Benji here saying Nacho Woof Woof. Ken saying wish I was 30 again, LOL. Let's see, Thomas Collins. Thomas, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Kiwi Sim Farmer, how you doing? Hope you're having a great one as well. Says hi everyone. Thomas says hello everybody. Joystick Geezer says hello everyone. How you doing, Joystick? Hope you're having a fantastic one as well. Ken says I never know what I'm doing on my gameplay. Yeah, that's a great thing, is you get to learn as you go, kind of thing. Get to figure it out as we figure it out ourselves. Let's see. Whiskey says hi to BDD. Hi, Whiskey. Hope you're having a great one so far, and thank you again. Pippa says hi to Whiskey. Whoops, I'm driving and reading at the same time. It never works out well. We got Pippa saying hi to Whiskey. We got Whiskey saying hi there to Pippa. We got Joystick Geezer says, I probably need to use the regular trailers more. I tend to lean too much on the unrealistic capacity of the TARDIS trailer. I hear you there. It's so easy and convenient just to say, you know what? Let's throw this in. Let's get this work done, and not really enjoy the kind of depth that this game offers through the the sweat equity, quote unquote. So very good one, and I am all caught up. Thank you, Will. I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. So the next one here is going to be the Dusseldorf pack. This is by HR Forrest and Farjuksbau. I think that's how you pronounce it. Now this is a 5-star rating by 26 people.
So,
and the size is 16.86 megabytes to download.
So this one is a higher megabyte size, but that's because you get so many different tools within this. You get levelers, you get silage rollers, you get meadow rollers. Like, you get a whole bunch of stuff with this pack, and it is a good solid pack for what you're getting. Now, if you're not into silage, specifically using bunker silos and stuff like that, this isn't going to be a mod for you. So ignore everything from this point on until we get on to the next mod. But if this is something that you're interested in, if you tend to do silage work or anything like that, it's a great pack. Because it's got all the tools you need to be able to do everything, and it's got the little grass roller bonus there as well. So that's a really nice bonus as well.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to load. I know it's Now, Mr. Sealy P, because I watched his mod review for this, and he said that I'm going to go back and try to come back in with this. Oh, it was, I believe it was one of the levelers. He said basically went into a third dimension because, and he made a clip of it that he put in, um, and it showed it basically like expanding to a huge, huge. I don't even know how to pronounce it. So, like, 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 like the mod was just sitting there on the ground, and it was like all over the place.
Oh,
So-
jeez. So definitely
there.
sounds like it's something about it's going to need an update.
Well, I mean, if it's got a 5-star rating, though.
Well, I
Then
mean,
I guess-
maybe it's an issue with consoles. I mean, he is a console player, so it's one of those where it might be strictly that, and maybe the
Yeah.
ratings are all from PC Mac players.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Now this next one, I know that some people had. It was mainly console players that were having a problem with this, but Bible Bales Pack. This is by DD Mod Passions. 4.7-star rating by 50 people, and it is 2.58 megabytes to download. Now I know because Mr. CDP was having a major issue with this, because it conflicted with the base game whenever he had the liftable bales and pallets.
Really?
So
So, ignoring the issues that may exist with this for right now, 2.58 megabytes to download, not bad whatsoever. In theory, I love this mod. I love it. The reason being is that it opens up so many different options for us. Now, we do have the liftable bales and pallets mod, which does something similar to this, very close. But what this one has up its sleeve that the liftable pallets and bales mod doesn't is wood chip bales and cotton bales.
yep.
So that's really nice. But what I don't like about this mod is the prices. If you use hay as an example, the 4,500 liter bale of hay is base game $864. That's it. The same size for the hay in this pack is $2,094. It's almost triple, more than triple, the amount of money for the modded version than the base game. I'd love to see this kind of level out to what the base sets out. Now, there may be some story to it where you're buying this from another distributor, so you're spending more money and all this stuff. Da 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 da. That's fine. That's all. If that's the kind of explanation behind it, then okay, that's fine. But at the end of the day, what I like about this, and the reason I have it installed right now, is because of the wood chip and the
Cotton bales.
Yeah, that's basically why I've got this installed. Even though it's more expensive, it's more everything, and it also introduces the ability to have baby bales to buy. So if you're a baby bale user, it's got that too.
Right, exactly. I personally don't have it installed. I was going to until I saw the issues that he was having. So apparently DD Mob Passion is aware of it, and he's already submitted an update out for it. So hopefully that'll get fixed. Yeah, because like whenever he would go like into the shop to go buy one, it would not appear in the shop at all. And then when he went to go buy it, it never even showed up.
That's weird.
I mean, some of them worked, not all of them. Let's see here. Benji says, be wary of liftable cotton bales. It conflicts actual cotton harvester.
Oh. That's no good.
Well, that's definitely a big old concern.
Yep.
Now, this next one, I was very intrigued by this next one until I saw the cycles per month, and I'm like, eh. But
Tell us how you really feel.
yeah. So this is Lime Production. This is by LS Factory Mods. It is 4.8 star rating by 31 people, and it is 6.81 megabytes to download.
So this is one that I love seeing because it's offering us options for those base game necessities that every farm is going to need access to, but we haven't had it since base game. We're starting to slowly get these mods that are coming out that'll make fertilizers, that'll make lime, that'll make all these different stuff that we can make and produce cheaper than if we were to do, just buy them outright kind of thing. So I love seeing it. I actually really love the model because the model itself just looks really crisp and clean. You got the grinder on the one side, the outspout on the other. I mean, it's nice. It's a nice little looking model. Like you said, the cycles per month is a little low, so it's going to take a while. Yeah. So it's going to take a while to produce stuff, but at the end of the day, it's a lime factory. If you need a lime factory and you want to spend $110,000 to do it, 6.81 megabytes to download, that's not that bad.
I use it. I'm using it already.
See, if I do it wrong, I really like it a lot because of two reasons. A, because like the animation on the grinders themselves, when they actually move. But also there's actually a ramp that you can actually back up and dump a trailer in instead of having to load it by a front bucket.
Or having a instance of just putting it on the ground, like it just disappearing off the ground. Like what I like about this model, like you said, is the grinding mechanism that it has, that you can dump a trailer directly into it. So that is a much better, more aesthetically pleasing kind of model than, say, something else like, okay, perfect example is the stone factory there on Riverbend Springs. You dump into the stone factory, you're dumping on the ground, it just disappears, kind of thing. It'd be so much nicer if you, like for the, what's that one model they had in the Platinum expansion? I think it was the metal working factory, the metal factory, where you dump it on the ground and then it would actually conveyor belt up.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was the metal factory, where it'd make
Something
the
like
big
that.
metal rolls and stuff.
Yeah, it was. Was that iron?
It might have been the iron factory.
Yeah, whatever it was. I'm actually kind of surprised it's not base game 25.
Oh, there's quite a few things that I'm surprised we don't have base game.
Yeah.
I'm hoping. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that we get them.
So overall, I mean, it's not a bad mod. I mean, if you just want something sitting there just to make lime, even though it's slow, that's perfect. Plus, it's small. It's not like it's huge.
And that's the thing, is if you got a cramped farm space or a cramped area and you just want to be able to produce lime, this is going to be one of those that's nice. Now, one mod that I cannot wait to come out is the sell all mod, because not all maps you can sell lime. And if you get to a point where you're producing more lime than you're able to use, love being able to sell it.
Now this next one I actually installed because I do like this one a lot. But it's productions without shed. This is by A2OK. It's 4.7 star ratings by 48, and it's only 7.55 megabytes to download. Now I personally like this though, because you can literally take this and put it under any building that looks like it belongs without having like that building thing around it.
This is deserving, in my opinion, 5 out of 5 stars. Like, it's got a 4.7 on the mod hub. I think this deserves a 5. Now, the reason that I say that is because exactly what Will said. It's brilliant. It's all the base model production points, the small production points, but without the sheds that are included in them. And if you disable the what is it in the build mode? If you disable
Toggle free.
Toggle free, that's it. yeah, if you do the toggle free mode, then you don't get the ground deformations or the kind of painting that the thing will do. It'll just kind of place it down kind of thing. So it works brilliantly. So if you don't want that kind of covered shed area, or you want to put it somewhere else, this works out so nicely. And it's a nice little addition to small farms. Now, I think I heard somebody jump into the call.
You did. It's Luke.
Hey, Whiskey, how's it going?
Howdy.
Luke.
Good. So,
Doing pretty good.
He's already robotic.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, let's see here. Now, this next one I also like too. This is the American Carport. This is by Icus, which Icus makes some fantastic mods. It is a 4.9 star rating by 31, and if anyone's wondering, it's only 3.76 megabytes to download.
So, it's a shed, but it's a nice shed. I will give it that. It's got color combinations. It's got, small storage, big storage. So it looks like what might be able to fit a kind of combine. Yep, that's pictured with a combine there. So it's got space for, multiple size implements. That's fantastic. So, I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, it's a shed. Nothing to really go all in for, but good
It's not
download
bad,
size.
though.
What's that?
It's only 35,000.
Oh yeah, no. For 3.76 megabytes to download, 35 grand. I mean, it's good. It's great.
Oh yeah. He's got 11 mods right now with Giants.
Wow. But I feel like there's a lot of modders out there that have a ton of backlog right now with Giants.
Custom modding has like 8 mods right now, I think, with Giants.
Wow.
Let's see here. Yeah. Overall, I do like this mod. I definitely installed this one.
Oh, and it definitely deserves the 4.9 that it's got. Absolutely, it does. It's a nice, simple model. Size is good. Price is good. It's good. It's a good mod, but not a lot to talk about because it's a shed.
It's a shed. Yeah.
But sometimes
Now,
those are some of the best mods, though. Is just short, simple, to the point.
Exactly. Now this next one, because I was watching DJ Goham's mod review on this, and as soon as he came up to this next mod, and the second the words came out of his mouth were, and I'm gonna repeat it once we click into it. It is enterable. And I was like finally. So the next one is Small Modern House. This is by Barty. It is 4.6 star rating by 39 people, and is 11.93 megabytes to download, which that's not bad for this.
No, for the amount of detail that you get with this mod, it's really not bad at all. Just under 12 megabytes to download. $100,000 to place down. That's quite a bit, but not really for a house.
Right.
So, I mean, all things considered, enterable, decent file size. But again, it's got that kind of aesthetic look that's going to be a very specific kind of look for people. So it's going to be either a really big hit or a really big miss because of the style that it portrays, kind of thing. But overall, very solid mod. Really like it. Yeah, good job.
I mean, I have that installed. I really like it. Let's see here. The next one is Fertilizer Storage. This is by Hellraiser. And it is love the name, by the way, but it is a 4.5 star rating by 17, and it is 5.07 megabytes to download. I mean, not bad either. $7,500. Well, or 20,000 liter capacity, which before you give your insight on this, there is one thing that I do want to state, is that it is of each thing. So it's 20,000 fertilizer, 20,000 liquid fertilizer, 20,000 herbicide. So
So, I mean, 5.07 megabytes to download. Size is great. $7,500 to install or to place down. That's also great. 20,000 liters of fertilizer, liquid fertilizer, and herbicide. So 60,000 liters total capacity. Not bad, especially considering the price. So
Right.
it's a small storage. It's a small building. So it can fit just about anywhere. The look of it is actually very aesthetically pleasing because it's just a kind of brick looking shed kind of thing. So that's really cool. I mean,
with the broken gutter.
yeah, the broken gutter on it, it looks like it belongs on just a old farm that is just, kind of, I don't want to say withering away, but just is seen its days kind of thing. But yeah, all in all, it's a great mod.
Oh yeah. Let's see here. The next one, which I got to come in here for this. So this next one is a weather vane for your farm. This is by Rockhound. It is 0.93 megabytes to download. It has a 4.8 star rating by 22 people.
So this one here, the weather vane, it's decoration. At the end of the day, it's decoration. If you're one for details or you want to just have that kind of little extra something on your farm, then it's great. If you're not one into this kind of detail or this kind of thing on your farm, then meh. It's one of those, I think people are going to be either a hit or a miss on this. 4.8 star rating on the mod hub, 0.93 megabytes to download, so it's not a large mod. It's not expensive, $500. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's decorative. Not much to say about it. It's nice.
Oh, there you go. Finally loaded. Yeah, no. I definitely have to agree with BDD over here, though. I mean, if it's something that you're particularly are gonna like, especially if you like horses, 'cause there's a horse on there. Then yeah, I'm looking at these screenshots. If you go over to the 4th screenshot,
Okay.
over 2 more.
Oh, 2 more?
That one right there. Yeah, I'm watching your video right now. The I would love to get that house like editable.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
So, I mean, this spot's not gonna be everyone's cup of tea, and it's not mine. But,
like I said, at the end of the day, it's one of those, if it fits your farm, if it fits your build, then it's going to be, something that you're going to be like, oh man, this is fantastic, and you're going to, rant and rave about it. But if it's something that's not going to fit, or the horses aren't your thing, or you're not even doing a horse farm, might not really be aesthetically pleasing, it might not be something that you're into, and you're just going to be like, yeah, next one, please.
Right. Exactly.
I think something that would possibly improve this mod, as if the modder were to ever be looking for suggestions, is make it to where you can have different combinations of what the weather vane is. So have one that's a horse, have one that's
Like
just
a
kind
rooster
of a...
or something.
What's that?
A rooster.
Yeah, exactly. Just have
On top.
different combinations and options. That way, that would be kind of more universal for everybody, and be able to just be fit more scenarios, and that might entice more people. Now, I mean, 22 people give it a 4.8 rating. I mean, so people like it, but.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I really appreciate Rockon for bringing it out. I mean, it's another thing that we have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I personally am not going to use it, but it is something else that we have. So you got 2 prefabs, which don't matter. Now, this next one, I have this installed from day one when it came out, but it is the DeWolf Quattro, which is an update. Which, if anyone is wondering, as of right now, it is a 4-star rating by 720 people. Now, the update, before I get to that, the file size is 35.48 megabytes to download, so it is up there. Changelog 1.0.0.1. The mod has been reworked for a single vehicle to multiple for each vegetable type. So I guess there's one for each vegetable type now.
So I think my perspective on this mod has changed. So if I remember correctly, I was kind of like, meh, it is what it is, kind of thing. To now, I'm very much singing a different tune. I actually really like this mod. Now that I'm kind of, took a moment to step away and come back to it. One, I like that they separated out the mod into multiple models or multiple machines that do its own kind of harvesting type. I like that. And it kind of makes more sense because you're going to have different different headers that are going to function differently with each of the types of root crops that this is going to be working for. So it doesn't make sense for it to have all the same thing be loading into one particular machine. Outside of that, what I kind of sailed the ship on, not even realizing it, is that this has an internal storage capacity.
17,800.
Which isn't a lot. It's not a huge storage capacity, but it's something, which is better than most of the stuff that we have available for the red beets, carrots, and parsnips.
Base game dwarf.
Yeah, exactly. All the base game stuff we don't have, for the most part, don't have a lot of capacities for. So you're able to set a worker off, let the worker do their thing, and you're able to then kind of go off and do your thing. Now again, you're having to babysit it quite often because 17,000 liters is not a lot.
Well, I also do want to say though that 420,000 is not bad for this.
No, not at all.
So that was a great update, my personal opinion.
I agree.
There. Next one is the Crampy Big Body 750 by Hans, which as of right now is a 4.8 star rating by 187 people. It is 16.82 megabytes to download. And the changelog is 1.1.0.0. It is added decal configuration, old/new, and added new rims plus hubs.
So, I think I don't think that I've changed on this one as severely or at all compared to the Daywolf previously mentioned. This one here is basically a redo of the base game big body that we have. This one gives us more options, more stuff, which is great. I mean, us having this as a mod, if you want a green trailer or a black trailer or whatever color trailer you want, you can do it. And that's great. So at the end of the day, it's a trailer. It kind of roughly meets the capacity, or not the capacity, but the $1,000 per 1,000 liters I talk about. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's a trailer. It is what it is, kind of thing. And yeah, it's good.
Right.
It's gonna do what you want it to do.
Yep, exactly.
All right. Did you want to catch up with your chat real quick?
That would be fantastic. Let me disable.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, hey.
Here we go.
All right, so we've got, let's see, all right, Will saying, yo, what up? We got Whiskey saying, hey there, Will. Whiskey also saying, hi there to Tony S. Joystick saying, hey to Whiskey. Whiskey saying, Tony, I'm having a great time on the Animal Whisper Challenge. I am not sure what the Animal Whisper Challenge is.
Me neither.
Whiskey, you want to elaborate? Oh, Whiskey, you're not there anymore?
No, he's there. He sounds like a robot though.
Oh. Oh yeah, no, I can't even hear him. He's
Whiskey,
cutting
upgrade
out
your
real bad.
internet. I'm
All right.
sorry, you just got to.
Joystick says, good to hear. Are you recording them? Whiskey said no. Joystick says, well, I'm glad you are having fun with it. Whiskey says, I'm cultivating a field with new crop of wheat. Whiskey then says, I can send some screenshots. Joystick says, sure, please do. Whiskey then says, do you need to download some mods or can you do it with base game stuff? Joystick says, it can probably be done with all base game. Joystick also says, just harder. Joystick says, I really like the line production, but too expensive. Yeah, I will agree with that. It's $110,000 for that. Very expensive, but it is a nice mod. Whiskey says, I am planning on downloading the chicken pen on the mod hub. Joystick says, yeah, DM me. We can go over some of that. Whiskey with the thumbs up. Chat, how's it going, chat? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, Giants is at the point should be maps over mods. Or Giants at this point should be maps over mods.
No.
One, I think that they just kind of handle it as they are given them. I don't think there's any sort of prioritization or anything like that. But it's just one of those where I'm just wanting them to just keep on putting out the stuff that they get. If they have over 2,000 mods, which I think Will said earlier, I just want them to chug through and get it done so we can get them. That's my goal.
I believe the number was. I believe the total number was it 2,584.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
So
We'll be here a while, folks.
yeah, they've got a lot of stuff to work through. Let's see. Whiskey says, Tony has skipped a few months. I know I'm planning the wheat. Joystick says, in the beginning you will skipping months because it isn't a lot to do. And then Luke says, hi, Dave and chat. Luke, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. And Joystick says, 2,500
right
mods
here.
waiting, and probably 500 of those are 3-meter cultivators.
Probably.
You're probably not wrong. And Taco, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Says, good evening, all. Good evening, Taco. Oh, my goodness. All right, I am all caught up.
Let's see here.
One, two, three.
Hey.
Two.
Fellas. Come on.
Let's see here.
What?
Benji says, you mean like this? The robot laughs.
Right on, Benji, right on.
So then he really sounds like a robot now.
Yeah. Sorry, Whiskey, but it's coming in real sparse.
Well, let me try disconnect. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see here. The next one is Bale Storage. This is by Ellis Factory Mods, and it is, as of right now, is a 4.6 by 268. It is 7.51 megabytes to download. Now the changelog for this is 1.0.1.0. Bales now also visibly appear on the right side.
So,
now,
oh,
if I remember correctly, the bales weren't showing up at all.
Oops.
So
Now, does the base game bales and pallet storage still have the issues where it's not able to load up the like you're able to load into it, but you're not able to take stuff out? Is it still having that issue?
I don't know. I haven't tried that one.
So, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, the base game pallet and storage mod, the shed that we get from Giants, is having an issue where if you load stuff into it, you cannot get it out. At least it was having that issue. I don't know if it's still having that issue. If it's still having that issue, then this one's certainly better because it doesn't do that. And I would certainly rather things not be visible but still be able to take things in and out. I would much prefer that. But at the end of the day, this is an amazing mod. I love it. I love that we got the bales and pallet storage. It really helped out a lot of our farms not get so large that we weren't able to continue to expand. Before we got the bales and pallet storage, we could only have like, I think it was 100 or 200 pallets and bales and all this stuff out at one time, especially here on consoles. So getting that really was a game changer. Now this one in particular, $35,000, not expensive. It's got a good aesthetic look to it, you know, kind of the wood over concrete. 400 bale capacity, that's a good amount of storage, and yeah, it does it while looking good. So at the end of the day, 7.51 megabytes to download and install, 4.6 rating. It's a good mod and it deserves it.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Now this next one, I got real excited when I saw this. But it's the Horse Joker 8RT. This was from the Horse DLC from FS22. This is by Giant Software, and it currently has a 4.7 star rating by 70 people, and it is 24.62 megabytes to download, and it is 8.15 meter working with.
So Giants makes brilliant models. They make brilliant mods, but, and this is a big but, my problem with Giants releasing mods to the mod hub is that they're always ridiculously sized. This one here, it's a Disc Arrow, 24.62 megabytes to install. That's a massive amount of space for what you're getting. A 8.15 meter working width. So for 82,000 to purchase for a Disc Arrow, let's see, I'm trying to find an equivalent. The Dalbo. The Dalbo is 8 meter working width for $43,000. So half the price. You don't have to install it, so it's 25 megabytes that you're saving on your system. 330 horsepower is the Horse. This one, the Dalbo, is 180, so half the horsepower, half the price.
And the Horse runs at 18 kilometers per hour, which I don't know what that is, mile per hour.
Roughly 9, 10, I think. But
yeah, and then
I just don't see the point of putting this mod on for my system.
I mean, I absolutely love it, you know. But I mean, that's just me personally. Now it does say capacity 400 liters, because this, besides it being a Disc Arrow, it can also be a seeder. So it can do like your cover crops, so like your grass, your oilseed radish, and I think it's your and the canola. But you can also use it as a slurry injector, or you can do both, which I think is fantastic.
So that is a nice little kind of trump card that this one has compared to other Disc Arrows, is that you do get that little kind of bonus from this particular model. But again, I just don't see it being worth the size of the file, the price increase that you're going to have to pay just to get that one small additional feature. So
yeah, I mean, I can see that.
So for me personally, it's not worth it. But again, for people on like PCs, and for somebody like you're sitting here saying, "Oh, this is a great model, you love it and all that," and that's great. I mean, like I said, for me personally, it's not one that's going to be downloaded by me because it's just too rich for my blood.
Right. No, I got
Plus,
that.
we have so much room to store it too. And for our stuff too, we only have so much room to store it.
Exactly.
Right. Let's see here. The next one, which I personally really like, this is the Kloss Quadrant 1200. This is by Camelios0397. It currently has a 4.6 star rating by 76 people and is 9.80 megabytes to download.
So I love this one. Absolutely love it. It's
Uh-huh.
it's a little high on the download, about 10 megabytes to install, 83,500 to purchase. Not that bad at the end of the day for a price for a square baler. But it's just
120 horsepower.
120 horsepower requirement, so it doesn't require a lot to get it to be slung around. But at the end of the day, I love the kind of look of it, the aesthetics of it, because it's that old kind of look that this particular model has that just, it really has a nice little place in my heart. And getting to see all the kind of inner workings, like spinning around inside and doing their thing while you're just kind of, going down the field, it's nice. It's a nice model.
And I mean, it definitely would fit like on an older style farm. Too.
Exactly.
The working speed is 17 kilometers per hour. And for configurations, it does have wheel configurations, color configurations, rim color configurations, decal configurations, and attachment configuration. Now, all that's nice and dandy. But one thing I did realize when I was using this is that so it's on the picture you're on right now. You just passed it. So it was the third picture, and the third picture, next one over, yeah. So if you go over to the right and you have like that little black box that has like the 220 in it, that will actually go up every time you make a bale.
Yeah, so that's a nice little detail right there.
And then the pressure gauge will also go as well. It will go up and down, which I think is also pretty neat. I mean, the modder didn't have to do that at all, but they did that.
Which, one thing I also want to throw in there as well is the price for this is 83,500. The cheapest, and I mean the cheapest square baler that has the capacity or the bale size capacity of this one is more than double that, I think. It's really expensive. Cheapest one we have access to is the K brand SB 1290 ID, $164,000, so double the price.
Mm-hmm.
And that's base game. That's not including mods or anything like that. So that's a really good introductory square baler for those who want a square baler, don't want to deal with round balers, and just want something that's simple and will work.
Yeah, 100%. Vision Plays asks, what is the website? Oh, this is the official Giant software website. This is the official Farming Simulator page. Now this next one isn't bad either. This is the Amazon AW7800. This is by AgriBusiness Austria. It currently has a 4.6 star rating by 71. It is 9.85 megabytes to download, and it's $18,000. The power requirement is 120. 110 horsepower. The speed is 18 kilometers per hour, and the working width is 7.80 megabytes. I mean, not megabytes. Wow, meters. So I mean, I like it.
This is a great mod. This one is a great one. Here's why. It gives us another option. So we got two base game rollers, the Vaderstat and the Brandt. The Vaderstat starts out at $46,500 and is 12.3 meter working width. The Brandt is $115,000 and 27.7 meters. This is $18,000 and 7.8 meters. So it's not even half again the size of the Vaderstat, but it's like half the price of the Vaderstat.
Yeah.
So it's a great introductory roller. So yeah, if you're wanting something that isn't going to break the bank, it's not that big on the download either. It's less than 10 megabytes, which is kind of high for a roller. I mean, I'm not going to lie about that. But, I mean, not too terrible. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's a nice mod, a nice model, and if you do rolling after your seating, then this might be a good one for you to start out with.
It's also extremely highly detailed too. And the features, ground adaptation, and then configurations is color of the rollers design color. So, let's see here. The next one is the Lizard GVW J 4027. This is by Hydraulic, and it currently has a 4.4 star rating by 55 people. And it is 6.77 megabytes to download, and the price is only $2,799. Configuration tires, ramp spacing adjustments. So it's not bad.
Nice model, but at the end of the day, it's a trailer for small equipment. I mean, nothing really much to say about this. If you're looking for something to carry around some of your smaller stuff, then this is a good option. To less than $3,000 to buy, and less than 7 megabytes to install. So, at the end of the day, good model, looks good, functional, and yeah, one of those that would be a good kind of addition. But again, it's going to be very niche, very one of those kind of, going to serve a purpose, and that's about it.
Hydraulic is the exact same person who made that modded Dalbo roller.
Okay, which I do like that the Hydroflex, you mean?
I believe that's the 5.2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I love that mod.
Benji. I'm using this roller. Let's see here. Now this next one, just the second I saw this next one, it rang in my ear saying BDD. And that's the Grimmy.
You know me so well.
SL 8022 Quantum Autoload. This is by Dr. Drulia. It currently has a 4.9 star rating by 74 people. It is only 5.67 megabytes to download, which isn't awful.
So it's criminal that it's not a 5-star rating, and that not more people are rating it. Here's why.
I like autoload. So, but you
What's
said
that,
autoload
Luke?
trailer. You said autoload trailer for bales.
No, so
Correct?
this is auto load for bulk material. So this is a belt system.
Yeah.
Ah.
So
You have an autoload trailer yet?
we do not.
Yeah, we do.
We have an auto load trailer.
For
Oh,
pallets?
for bales, yes.
Yeah.
Pallets yet or not yet?
No, not yet.
No, not pallets.
Come
So
on.
the reason that I
I
say
know
that
somebody's
this
looking for one. He's desperately looking for one.
the reason I say this is criminal that it's not higher is because this mod is amazing. So for those who are not used to or don't really use belts, this one is the one I would highly recommend for anybody to get their hands on. It's less than 6 megabytes to download. It's got the same pricing as the standard base game belts. That's all fine and dandy. But this is the trump card that this has. This works very similarly to the Forge pickup. What I mean by that is that the Forge pickup, where we know that we can use that on properties that we do not own. If you look at the screenshots here on the Mod Hub, there's one specifically on Riverbend Springs at the Stone Factory and the dredging boat. The dredging boat is on property that we do not own. Even if you buy the factory, you do not own the land. So you have to have the Forge pickup in order to pick up those stones off the ground. This one does the same thing. It will pick the stones up off the ground and load it wherever you want it to load. So what's special about that is that if you don't want to spend the $70-some thousand on the Forge pickup, This will do the same job. But unlike the forage pickup you can take and pick up stuff anywhere on the map. And what I mean by that is you're mobile with it. You're able to kind of go around. This one, you're really using more on a stationary position. You're not wanting to just kind of move it around from place to place. But what's also cool about this mod is that it has a setting that you can make it go up to 27 miles an hour. So you can go into it like a tractor, like any other set of equipment that we can go enter into, and drive it from place to place. So normally you have a 3 mile an hour working speed with these. Base game, I think. This one's 27 miles an hour. So if you want to just take it somewhere real quick, bring it back really quick, you can do that. Love this mod. This is a huge one for me.
That's almost flying.
What's that, Luke?
Yeah.
27, that's almost flying.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. As soon as I saw that, I'm like, oh, BDD's on vacation. I don't want to bug him at the moment. But
Oh, like I said, you know me so well because when I saw this one pop up when I got back, that I immediately like yes, I did the whole
Turn the
like
ship around,
fist
boys.
pump. Oh,
Dance.
I was doing the happy dance. Absolutely, I was, because especially because I recognized this was Riverbend Springs. The picture that I have here on the screen, this being Riverbend Springs, and I own the Stone Factory on my Let's Play series. I ended up replacing my forage pickup with this. So for half the price, I don't have to go over there and manually do this anymore. I can just go in there, hop into this thing, and turn it on, dump everything in, and be done. I don't have to sit there and drag equipment over there. I don't have to drag a trailer over there, go spinning around, and especially because right now I have a swivel axle trailer, and be trying to line it up just so I can just take it and go. I'm done.
No backing up with it.
Exactly. So this thing here is amazing, and it is very useful for so many different things, especially when we start getting those maps. Like if you all remember maps like Mars the Mission, where there were stones that were just sitting around the entirety of one portion of the map kind of thing. This thing worked amazingly because it has its own capacity, 10,000 liters capacity, so it can store whatever's there on the belt until you pull something around that it can either dump into, a trailer, a sell point, whatever. So it's a fantastic mod. I cannot speak highly enough of it, and it being a 4.9 should be criminal.
Yo, do you want to catch up with your chat quick?
Close enough.
It is close, not close enough.
Close enough for me.
All right. So checking out the chat here, we got Taco saying joystick geezer. Guess you're right. Joystick saying hello to Taco. Taco saying maybe they have 2,500 mods, but a lot I'm not using. Useless stuff. I mean, unfortunately that's going to be the same story for a lot of us. It's going to be one of those where a vast majority of them we're not going to use, but there's going to be those onesie twosies that we are going to use, going to love. Like I said, that one right there is definitely a big one for me, and I just realized I kept that up. Let me do that. We got, let's see, where was I? There we go. Ken saying FS Club showed a few screenshots of the new truck mod and new maps, including WillT's favorite map, which are coming soon. Ooh, very nice. Joystick says, I would really like some new trucks. Yes, I cannot wait for us to start getting some new trucks, things that are actually going to be like from 82 Studios. I cannot wait to see like the Phoenix, the like all the stuff that we're anticipating to come back. Taco says, I do not use manure or slurry mods, transport it to sell points or BGA and sell it. Solid fertilizer is the cheapest solution. Yeah, I can agree with that. Taco says 11 miles per hour. Taco says 1 mile per hour is 1.6 kilometers per hour. Ooh, so I had that backwards. Thank you, Taco. I appreciate that. Whiskey says hey there to Taco. We got Taco also saying hey to Whiskey. We got your favorite whiskey or whiskey? Whiskey says, I don't drink. It is named after my uncle's farm in eastern Washington State. Taco says, you're missing out.
Yours.
Whiskey says, what is your favorite type of taco?
I had to, I just had to.
Taco says, I don't eat tacos. It's like cannibalism. Oh,
Oh no.
Bobby, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says hello, everyone. Taco says hi. Whiskey says hey to Bobby. Bobby says, is that WillTGaming in the live stream? It is WillTGaming. It's also Whiskey Creek Farms as well as Rail Fanning Jonah. So we've got the whole crew here going on tonight.
What's up, Bobby?
What's up?
Bobby says hi to Whiskey and Taco, and Whiskey says, yes, it is Bobby. So there we go. I'm all caught up again.
One,
1, 2.
Hey. Don't make me bust out the Finding Nemo seagulls.
Mine.
Or no, it wasn't the seagulls.
Not here.
What was it? Oh, it was the crabs.
not here.
It was the crabs. Hey.
Not here. Not here. Not here. Not here.
So the next one is, I want to say you pronounce it as Scythe.
Scythe. Yep.
Yeah, this is by Andy Modding. It currently has a 4.1 star rating by 39 people. It is 0.79 megabytes to download.
So, I mean, small to install, but at the end of the day, this is going to be for somebody who's really looking at the kind of role-playing aspect of the game, kind of, really wanting to kind of get down into the weeds kind of thing. Me personally, even though it's a small installation or a small install size, it's a small price, it's just not worth it to me. It's basically a single lane mower is essentially all it is. So, not worth it in my opinion.
Yep, I 100% agree. Oh, now this next one. This is Silage Additive Tank. This is by ER Shaba. It currently has a 4.6 star rating by 34 people. It is 0.76 megabytes to download. Now, this is my big problem where it says price $19,000.
Yes.
Right. For 600 liters.
Huh?
When you actually go into here and buy it, it automatically has it says options. It automatically has $19,000 selected as the amount when you have one, but then down at the bottom it says $38,000 for one.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
So
That's a problem.
Yeah, this is gonna need an update, like big time.
You think?
Well, and here's my issue with it. Issues aside, 19 grand for 600 liters is ridiculous in price. So if you look at the actual consumables, I think it's here. Yeah. Base game silage additive for 60 liters is $990. We have a mod out there right now for a silage additive drum, 100 liters for $300.
Mm-hmm.
The prices do not price.
Yeah.
Right.
So this here being $19,000 for 600 liters, I did the math because that's the kind of nerd I am. So
Not me.
$19,000 divided by 600 liters, that is a price of $31.66 per liter. Now, if we go to the other one, the $300 one, 300, and divide that by 100, that's $3 per liter. That's a
lot better.
huge difference. So I say, if this is the price that it's intended to be, the 19 grand for 600 liters, not worth it right off the bat. It's not even worth Size of the file, not even worth mentioning that. The ratings, all that stuff. To me, the prices itself out.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about you need to put up the sheriff and just take my money on that one.
Oh yeah, no,
That's what he's trying to do.
That mod puts that meme into retirement.
Yeah. Well, I mean, moving on from that because that just gave me a big brain tumor. I do like this next one though. The next one is called Garden Plot. It's by DS Power, and it currently has a 4.6 star rating by 47. It is 15.14 megabytes to download.
It's a gorgeous mod. At the end of the day, it's a greenhouse. That's what it is. It's a greenhouse. But unlike the greenhouses that we have at our disposal right now, this one actually has like a little bit of character to it. So if you want something that's a little bit fancier looking or kind of has that kind of rundown look to it, it's a nice one. 15.14 megabytes to install. It's a little bit heavy on the install size. That's the only problem I can see with it. But really, the prices are not that bad. $10,000 to install these, and they have different recipes than base game. So I'm not exactly sure what the cycles and the products that you like the amounts that you put out are, but as long as they're kind of in line with the products that are going in versus the products that are coming out and the cycles are decent, then I mean the aesthetics on its face would be enough for me to be like, okay, I'm okay with the 15 megabytes to install because it's a pretty enough looking mod.
Right. And I mean, plus it's a little bit different. So you have input seeds and manure for a lot of these, and then if you go down a little bit further, then you have seeds and fertilizer.
Yes. So there's like different plots that'll accept different inputs.
Mm-hmm. I mean, overall, I personally like it. I have it installed. I actually have it on my Riverbend Springs map. Love it.
Oh, and like I said, if you're going for that kind of weathered farm look, like one that's been around for years upon years upon years, this is the perfect model for you, the perfect mod, because it's got that really nice kind of rundown kind of look and appeal to it. So like I said, I absolutely love it. I think it's a fantastic mod. I love that it offers the option of having different recipes other than just water like that. I am personally not a huge fan of the base game greenhouses because just putting water in and getting a product out doesn't make sense to me. So having these that you can put in fertilizer, that you can put in manures, things like that, I like it. So yeah, good mod.
Oh yeah, 100%. Now the next one I do like a lot, and I do have installed. This is the Crop Inputs Cooperative by BC Beeler, which we had him on here a couple live streams ago. It currently has a 4.8 star rating by 46 people. It is 13.35 megabytes to download.
Yeah, so this is a great one, and again, one of those that it's criminal that it's lower than 5 stars. So 4.8, not that bad. Close, my opinion, not close enough. But these are buy points as far as I'm aware. So you can buy liquid fertilizers, herbicides, solid fertilizers, lime, as well as seeds. And they're really not that expensive. So you can get that really nice industrial park look for your buy points. And they're enterable buildings. You can produce a whole bunch of or buy a whole bunch of stuff with it. It's nice. It's a really nice looking model, and making a return because we had this in 22. We're getting back here for 25. So for 3 different styles of buildings, 13.35 megabytes to install, not that much. 10,000, 20,000, and 20,000, per building. Not that bad to install for buy points. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it can really spice up the look of your farm.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Absolutely love it. And plus, this is like a great role play one too. Like if you have a massive multiplayer going, and you want to put like a co-op, like you can have someone running the co-op, and then people have to come to you, or you can deliver it. You know, like it's a great one of those things.
Exactly.
Now, here's this next one right here, which I don't really have feelings for this one very much. But this is the modular shed. This is by Nalu. Currently has a 4.8 star rating by 25, and it is 11.26 megabytes to download.
I mean, it's a shed. It's got different components that you can kind of, take things out, put things in. It's nice for those who want to have a little bit more control over, their building structure and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it's, how do I want to say this? It's almost
basically a build your own shed.
yeah, but it's almost too much, per se, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like I said, yeah, having the customization is great. A lot of us love to be able to kind of tweak things around and move things around, and that's great. But for 12 megabytes to install, that's a big amount of space for what's essentially one shed with multiple configurations.
Well, also my big problem with it is you have to think, if you don't use the exact same one, that's like 6 slots.
Yep.
4 slots.
Yep.
Tack down, instead of just placing down a building, that's like 12 slots.
Now the price to install them isn't that bad. $4,000, $12,000 per model is not that bad. But again, it's not a big building even at its largest capacity. It's going to be one of those where it's going to have its fans, and obviously so. I mean, 4.8 stars out of 25 voters. I mean, that's not nothing. But me personally, it is what it is.
So I'm following along with your chat right now, and Taco de Gru. Oh my goodness, man! I can't believe you just said that.
Uh-oh.
Should
Should I read through the chat real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, let me catch up with the chat just real fast. Okay, let me find where I was. We got.
You were at Whiskey. Say yes, it is, Bobby.
There it is. Okay, Bobby says, "Dang, we got a whole crew going on here tonight." This is Benji says, "Are you sure?" Benji. Taco says, "I think." Uh-oh. Okay, I'm not gonna read that one out loud.
Do it.
I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be.
Do it.
But it is funny. It is funny. Oh, you know what? Okay, I'll go ahead. He says, "I think E.R. Sharbo was drunk when he uploaded this." I mean.
Oh no.
It's certainly
no.
possible, but
I think it was.
one of those where, like I said, I just can't get around the price on that one. I just can't.
He was drunk when he uploaded it. What can I tell you? Taco's right.
Benji says, I think it's supposed to be, by the way, we still have 8 weeks of winter. Oof. Taco says, "Winter, I live in the Caribbean. No winter here." Taco, I actually sailed right past you.
Wait, so you're on a
at one
cruise?
point. Well, not right past you, but I was certainly closer than I normally am.
Hey, Dave.
Yo,
So you were on a cruise then for
I
your
was.
vacation?
Yep, yep.
Nice. How was it?
It was great. It unlocked a whole set of fears that I never had before.
Hey, at least you weren't in a plane, right?
Yeah,
That's exactly what I said.
let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Not right now. Too much of that going on
Yeah.
right
Yeah, yeah. No, but so I kind of explained this. This was not my first cruise. I've been on several cruises before. What I was really nervous about is I get very, very, very bad motion sickness. So that was my big fear starting out. We were going there for 5 days, and taking Dramamine and all that stuff really doesn't always work for me. But I ended up trying those patches, the ones that go behind your ear. Anybody who gets motion sickness, absolute game changer. Check those patches out. They work amazingly. Holy smokes. That's number one. But the fears. Being a relatively new father, my daughter's about to turn 3 on Tuesday. This
Well,
was
tell
her.
her happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. I absolutely will.
Not yet,
But
though. Tell her on Tuesday.
yes, I will definitely tell her on Tuesday. But so being on the cruise, I'm sitting there and being hyper vigilant as to all the things that my daughter can get into, that she can either hurt herself.
Head on a
or-
swivel.
yeah, head on a swivel. There's hundreds of people, thousands of people at at many different places on the boat. You just never know nowadays with all the things that happen in the world. Just got to keep your head on the swivel, kind of thing. So going on the cruise, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, that's that's bar is is wide enough apart to where my daughter can just slink her way on through and then fall 9 stories down. The glass partition, I'm thinking like Harry Potter world is going to happen, or all of a sudden the glass just disappears and she goes falling over. And I'm having nightmares at night just thinking of all these different things that my children are going to get hurt on, or they're going to, something's going to go wrong. Just so many different things are just playing through my head. And the nightmares I was having at night, wasn't sleeping well at all, but I had a great time. But it was just one of those.
Doesn't sound like it.
Oh, so I forget who exactly it was that said this, but I think it was a comedian, where they said the job of your child, is to go out there and end themselves.
Wreak havoc on you.
Oh, no. Their job is to end themselves. That is their job. And they are experts at doing it. Your job as a parent is to prevent that. And you need to become an expert at doing it. So that, when I heard that saying, it always really kind of stuck really firmly in my mind. And yeah, I was looking at everything, and we ended up getting an upgrade right there at the very last second. It was a couple of days before, and it was a upgrade from an interior room. For those who have never been on a cruise, the
Never.
interior room is
Probably
just,
never will.
well, the interior room is just a room. There's no windows, there's no nothing. So it's just a room. We got upgraded to a porthole room. So it was a room with a small window where you can see outside. It's just a glass porthole that you could close with a giant metal thingamabob in case the ship starts to sink, kind of thing. So that's
I don't
always.
feel like I do much good. Just saying.
Well, no, it's not. But it might prevent your room from flooding with you in it.
At least for a little bit.
At least for a little while. So thankfully we
At
didn't
least
have any
enough for you to get
Titanic
out.
moments. But anyways, so we.
I hope not, 'cause you're still here talking with us right now. So
Or am I talking you from
unless
the
it's an
beyond?
imposter.
Oh boy.
Anyways. So
That's real, Dave.
we got this upgraded room, and the room itself was a handicap room. We didn't know this when we purchased the upgrade, but wow, was it an amazing room? Because most rooms, I'm 6'3", 6'2", 6'3", depending on what convenience store I'm coming out of, and when I tell you that these rooms are incredibly small, normally they are ridiculously small. So your bathrooms on most of the rooms, especially all the interior rooms, really, are big enough for the round-sized toilet, the shower, which is just big enough for me to stand in and still be pushing out of the curtain. That's it. That's literally all the room that you get in it, and a sink. That's it. That's all the stuff that's in there, and it's like basically enough room for you to be able to kind of turn 360, and that's all the room you get. This room was made for handicaps, so it was wheelchair accessible and all that stuff. So the bathroom was huge compared to what I've been used to. So that was really nice. But here's the but.
I plugged it cultivated in the wrong spot.
Uh-oh.
Continue.
So
Talking to myself.
the problem was that the entrance in and out of the room was all done by like a handicap door. And what I mean by that is all automated. So you'd swipe your key card, and what would happen is that the door would automatically swing open. And to open the door, you pushed a button, and it would swing the door open again from the inside of the room. Well, the problem is that the button is at perfect 3-year-old height. So, needless to say, having a near 3-year-old, she sees the pretty button with the blue writing on it, and immediately, first thing, pushes the button. Ooh, what does this button do? Push. Door goes flying wide open. It's like, oh, well, that's a problem. So we had to figure out, okay, is there a way to lock the door? There's no way to lock the door. There's not a single lock on it. It's all done by this mechanical, door entrance. With the switch, you were able to turn it off, the mechanical portion of it, but that's about it. So you could still, with the lever handles, you could still open the door. You can, push down on the lever and pull and open the door manually. But because there's no lock, my daughter, who could then use a lever handle, is capable of opening the door by herself. So we took the weighted table that was in the room, turned it on its side, and barricaded it in front of the door, so she couldn't open it. And we disabled the door. But by disabling the door, we basically became a first name basis with the security officer, because we kept locking ourselves out of the room.
Oh, man.
Oh, I got you there now.
Yeah, so needless to say, it was one of those. There was stressful. It was very, very stressful. Sitting there worrying and having nightmares and all this stuff.
That's why with kids. You drop them off at the grandparents.
Well, Grandpa came with us, so that wasn't an option.
All right, you ready there, man?
Yep. Sorry, I kind of trailed off there.
No, you're all good, man. You're all good.
Sorry.
So the next one is going to be Old Australian Barn. This is by 2-Bit Modding. Currently has a 4.9 star rating by 12 people. It is 27.12 megabytes to download. Now it is a bale and pallet storage. It can hold up to 250 bales/pallets. $20,000 to buy.
That's cool.
This particular one is highly detailed, but is it detailed enough to be worth almost 30 megabytes to install? In my opinion, no. It's a gorgeous model. Don't get me wrong. It is absolutely beautiful. 2-Bit Modding did an amazing job on this. But 30 megabytes to install, 250 bale and pallet capacity, $20,000 to install, which is cheap to install. I don't see it. I don't see putting the space in this unless one day we get a Australian map and this would fit perfectly in for it. I just don't see it being in there.
This is actually his very first mod.
Which I'm actually very encouraged by that, because if we get something this gorgeous, this amazing, and this is their first one, I cannot wait to see what else they have in store.
Right. 100%.
I know a couple people who are Australians who play Farm Sim.
Serious. The next one is Modern Wood Barn. This is by Modding Association, Katsu. It is 9.57 megabytes to download. It's $75,000. It's 40 by 18.
So this kind of reinforces what I was saying previously. This is a massive building, absolutely huge, and it's not even 10 megabytes to install. So it's probably 3 or 4 times the size of the previous model that we looked at. Now, I don't think it's as pretty or as, interesting to look at as the previous model, but it's not even a third of the size to install. Now, it's 75 grand to buy it in game, so that's, kind of a rough portion. But at the end of the day, I would probably install this before the other one, and then throw in a bale storage inside of it separately, kind of thing.
Right. This modder's already put out 5 other placeables.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not bad overall.
No, and I'm not saying that this mod is bad. Absolutely not. It's a nice model. It's just one of those where the size compared to price, I mean, it's significantly bigger, it's significantly more expensive, but the size is what makes it more enticing than the previous model.
Right.
But the previous model was far prettier. It was far more interesting. It had that kind of aesthetics behind it as well.
Right. Exactly. Let's see. The next one is I do like this one right here. This is the Multi-Production Factory. This is by Salcarman Games. It currently has a 4.5 star rating by 33 people. It has only 1.14 megabytes to download, and it's $75,000.
This is a great one. This is a great mod. Here's why. Lime, fertilizer, seeds, mineral feed. This production point will produce all of those. And the
Really?
outputs... What's that?
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So having this right when we have this now is perfect timing for this. $75,000 to install, so super cheap to install. 1.14 megabytes to install this onto your machine. That's nothing. That is really, really small. So that's huge. Number one. $75,000 to install onto your save game. That's a decent price for what you're doing. Again, lime, fertilizer, seed, and mineral feed. Those things are really expensive outputs, but the recipes are what really make this model. Now, check this out. We have, for lime, 50 liters of water plus 100 liters of stone equals 150 liters of lime. So right there, you're getting a 1-to-1 ratio for your lime and stones. I mean, right there, that's huge. You're not taking a reduction like the other production points that we have available to us. You're not doing anything like that. You're keeping a 1-to-1 ratio. That's awesome. That's a big one for me.
Oh, yeah.
The fertilizer, though, this one is kind of...
Come on, crack it.
meh. I'm not going to say it's bad, but I'm not going to say it's good either. 100 liters of manure, 50 liters of slurry, 100 liters of digestate, and 50 liters of straw gives you 250 liters of fertilizer. So again, 1-to-1 ratio. That's huge. Actually, no, that's not 1-to-1. 100, 200. 250.
No,
No.
you're
So it's
losing
a
50.
300 to 250. So you're taking a slight reduction, a slight. So you can say, okay, well, I'm missing out on the straw, but all these products are relatively easy to get if you have animals. Manure and slurry, you can get that really easy. The digestate is the problem. The digestate in this, the only way you can get it in base game is through the biogas plant. The biogas plants in base game are super expensive. So
Oh, yeah.
that basically prices you out of making fertilizer with this. So that's the
Oh, yeah.
only kind of negative about this model. Then you got the seeds. 50 liters of fertilizer, 50 liters of water, 100 liters of barley gives you 1,250 liters of seeds. That's huge. And if you're able to have a place to sell seeds, you ought to just turn around and sell them, because you're going to be getting a ton from this production point, a ton of them. And once we get a sell point, that's going to be huge. That's going to be huge. And then lastly, the mineral feed: 1,000 liters of hay, 500 liters of potatoes, 1,000 liters of silage, 1,000 liters of canola gives you 3,000 liters of mineral feed.
So you're losing 500.
So you're losing a bit, yes, but the products going in versus the product coming out is typically, and I'm using 22 as an example because there's nowhere, as far as I'm aware, that you're able to sell mineral feed currently. But mineral feed in 22 was super expensive to sell. It's super expensive to buy too here in 25. So if we even get something remotely close to what we're buying it for base game, we can expect to see a good payment once we get the sell-alls. When that happens, it's going to be a good ratio of products in versus product coming out.
Well, besides that too, I'm also looking at the picture here, and the grate. And I know Mr. Sib, he had a problem with this. So he absolutely loved this mod. The only problem he had was that the grate you dump it into, it's like off the ground.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's like a lip. There's like a tiny little lip to the point that if you go full speed and hit it, you go flying.
Oh, I see what you're pointing to, because there's the picture here, and you can see that it's, it looks like it's just slightly raised above.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, overall, I love this mod. Love this model. It's simple, easy, to the point, and yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Cereal. The next one right here is the Chocolate Cereal Factory. This is by Black Panther Modding. Currently has a 4.7 star rating by 23. It's 3.16 megabytes to download, $150,000 to buy.
So, if you want to make cereal, this is a great one. But again, this is one of those that, the inputs going in versus input coming out, not 100% sure. I didn't do any research in regards to this, but it just leaves me hesitant. $150,000 to buy. That's a really expensive buy-in. Honey, raisins, strawberries, sugar, oats, and chocolate. You've got a lot of products going into this that are really expensive all by themselves. Honey, bees, you're done. Whatever.
Yeah.
Raisins, you're going to have vineyards. You're going to have all the products to be able to take care of the vineyards, and then you're going to have the production to make the raisins. That's number one. Strawberries, okay, greenhouse, whatever. Sugar, you're going to have a field of sugar beets, sugar cane, cut sugar beets, and the sugar factory to make your sugar. That's going to be another big expense right there. So you're going to have now 2 production points and 4 things to be able to produce it. Oats, again, you're going to have another field dedicated to it. And then chocolate, you're going to have a 3rd production point in order to make the chocolate. And then once you have the chocolate, all the various inputs that go with that, which I think, again, is sugar. So you're already going to have the sugar factory for that, as well as dairy, like milk. Yeah. I don't think there's anything else when it comes to chocolate. For cereal coming out, is it going to be worth investing in not 1, not 2, but 3 separate production points to be able to then make one final production of cereal? That's number 1.
I personally don't think so.
I'm not sure. I didn't do the research to figure that out beforehand, but it's one of those, keep that in mind. And to spend $150,000 on this production point to be able to produce the final product. Each one of those production points, even if you like do the cheap end, the small kind of productions for the farm, you're still spending probably $100,000 for all three of them, and you're just churning through. It's going to take forever. So proceed at your own risk, but this one I'm not 100% certain on. But the file size is nice, 3.16 megabytes to install, and yeah, all the things
Sounds
I
like
just
it's
said
fun.
before. Be aware.
I would agree. I don't like chocolate.
I would do it.
Well, let's see here. So the next one is gas station with daily income. This is by Presmec 23433. Currently has a 4.9 star rating by 30 people. The the download size is 4.10 megabytes to download. I mean, that's not bad because for the small it's $2,800, for the large it's $3,800, and then for the small it's $25 an hour for income, and for the large one it's 35.
Yeah, so this one here, small megabyte size to install, love it. Small price to invest in, up to $3,800, love that. And $35 per hour times 24 hours, you're going to get, let's see, hold on. I will do the math. 35 times 24, you're going to get $840 a day. So, and then it's with the large one. You're going to get a little bit less for the small. But at the end of the day, that's not bad. That's really not bad. So if you're looking for just a little generator to have, and it just kind of be there in the background, just chugging away, this is going to be a good one. I had this model, and I have this model here in 25. I had this in 22. I used it at a gas station that I had property at. I own the property. I think it was on the Black Sheep Moddings map that I did, the Valley Old Farm. I own the property at the gas station. I put it at the gas station and just kind of set it and forget it.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
BDD.
Uh-huh.
Sorry to bother you again, but you know that flashlight, those colored flashlights?
Yep.
Oh, those are so much fun. Ah!
I agree.
You can shove yourself into a building with it.
yep. Let's see.
I got the 100 speed one right now, and I am flying.
Let's see.
If you have to be careful, you shoot yourself into a building sometimes, though.
That does happen.
So the next one is going to be Old Brick Well. This is by Kusin. I think that's how you pronounce it. It currently has a 4.7 star rating by 15 people. It's 8.51 megabytes to download, $1,000 to place, and I don't know if this gives you free water or not. That I don't know.
So I don't see any indication that. I mean, there is this picture here with the tanker right next to it, so potentially, yeah. I mean, it's one of those. It's almost 9 megabytes to download. It's a nice looking model. I like that. It's a high download for what it is. We've got other mods that will handle water. $1,000 too. I mean, that's kind of expensive. But again, it's very highly detailed. I like that, but I don't know if I would be willing to install this just because of the megabyte size.
I personally wouldn't.
And like I said, especially because we've got access to other, other models. We've got access to things like the the plant protection products pack. That one does water for free. There's the water pack, which you can get free water from, This one here I'm looking at is $500. So each one of these models is $500, and there's a well that is just as aesthetically pleasing as this one. There's other bits and pieces on this as well. So it's half the price to put in, and it's significantly smaller for the install size. So
plus just one coming up that I absolutely love, and I already have it on my farm, but that's not for another 2 pages. Overall,
We'll be here till 5 o'clock in the morning, folks.
let's see here.
Let me cut it off before then.
So the next one is going to be Renovated House. This is by Mr. Grucha. Currently has
Mr.
a
Kucha.
currently has a star rating of 3.9 by 27 people. It is 26.93 megabytes to download. It has said it's $75,000 to place.
So pretty much every mod that we've looked at here tonight up until this point has been well above 4 stars. This one is a house. It looks like a nice model, and all that stuff. But I think the reason that this one came in under the 4-star rating is, number one, it's a huge megabyte size to install. 26.93 megabytes to install. That's a big file for a house that you can't go into.
Right.
So that's number one. $75,000 to install, $100 daily maintenance cost. It's, to me, not worth it. Just
plus you can't go inside.
Yeah, you can't go inside. That's for the file size of almost 30 megabytes to install, and you can't go inside of it. It's doubly not worth it to me.
Yeah,
no good.
Not even in the slightest. All right, let's see here. Going on to the next page because those are all gonna be PC only mods. All right, so the next one is actually going to be an update. This is to the Fruit Greenhouse. This is by MTL Modding Team. Currently has a 4.4 star rating by 144 people. It is 6.40 megabytes to download. The changelog 1.0.1.0. Fix bug in mod description, wrong text. Fix bug in Fruit Greenhouse XML. And better support for mod maps.
So, absolutely love this greenhouse. Love it. Because, number one, the different recipes that you can use. So, the inputs, things like herbicide, seed, solid fertilizer, water. It's not a standard greenhouse. That's perfect. That's number one. Number two, the products. The products are not standard greenhouse stuff. It's not the chilies and the garlic and the strawberries and tomatoes and lettuce and cabbage, like all those kind of stuff. This one does grapes, green beans, olives, peas, and spinach. All the things that, especially the grapes and the olives, if you're wanting to do like raisins like the previous recipe that we're talking about, this is an option. You can get this, produce the grapes, and then go take it off to the production point. This is a fantastic mod. Absolutely love it. And less than 7 megabytes to install. Love that. And again, to construct it is less than 13 grand. You get a storage capacity of over $200,000 for some of the products there. 200,000 liters, I should say. Others are 100,000 liters. Yeah, at the end of the day, absolutely awesome. It produces loose material, as you can see here in the screenshot, and it just looks like a standard nice little greenhouse. So yeah, love it. This is a great one.
It's good changelog too. Let's see here. The next one is going to be Stone Barn with Workshop. This is by Swifty. Currently has a 4.5 star rating by 64 people. It is 26.49 megabytes to download. It is $180,000 to place. And then changelog 1.0.0.1. Fix the snow roof and reduce price and daily upkeep.
So this one is a nice looking model. I do like the looks of it because it's got the kind of stone underbelly with the brick topper, and then the kind of tiled roof on top. It looks really, really sharp. A problem, nearly 30 megabytes to install. That's That's a big file for what we have here in this shed. But it does look like it's highly detailed. When everything's all said and done, you've got kind of the junk that's kind of stored inside of it and whatnot. But it also has a very distinct look about it that's going to be very specific to whatever map that you may or may not be on. Like, I don't think you get away with putting this on Riverbend anywhere.
No.
And I don't think you get away with putting this on Zelonka. I don't think you can get away with putting this on Hutan Pantai. This has a distinct look all by itself, and it almost looks maybe Dutch-ish, maybe? Question mark, question mark. Not 100% sure, but this might be like something for a future map that somebody would like. Personally, for the price, for the megabytes, it wouldn't be worth it to me.
Right.
And also the kind of niche map that it would fit into. That's also the other portion of it.
Right, exactly. I mean that show would probably go good with what is that one called? Wow. Drawing a blank here. Was it New Frontier? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I mean, if we had more buildings that were kind of in the same vein as this, then I could see that being used in such a regard, because then you can kind of, in your mind, say, oh, well, I'm in, wherever I said before. Wow, why is my brain breaking like this? Anyways, the point being is that you can kind of build an atmosphere around this kind of aesthetic. But if you're just using this as a standalone and then using all the other kind of base models or models that don't really go well with this, like I said, this has a unique look all on its own, and it's going to clash very heavily with a lot of other stuff that we have available to us right now.
Oh, I agree 100%. Let's see here. So the next one is Christmas Decorative Package. This is by Fritz. It currently has a 4.6 star rating by 188 people, and it is 2.77 megabytes to download. The current changelog is 1.1.0.0. Fixed an issue where the lights were not turning on in systems with graphics set too low.
So I think I basically said when this first came out is meh. It's decorations, and it's going to be a highly, highly, highly specific purpose for it. It was fine and dandy for us around Christmas time, but I would only ever see using this for very, very, very hyper-specific cases, and it's only 3 megabytes to install. Not worth it, in my opinion.
I agree 100%. It's like you install for Christmas and then get rid of it.
Exactly.
Here, so let's get down. So the next one, this is going to be the Lizard Forestry ADH 18. This is by HR Force and Farzuk Bao. Currently has a 4.6 star rating by 62. It is 7.57 megabytes to install. It is $28,500.
I can get another chicken shed.
So this one here, I really like this one. This is an attachment to the Volvo, the base game Volvo. And what it can do is grab a hold of a tree, so it works like every other tree cutter that we have, but it also has a stabilizing arm that's attached to it as well. So you're able to grab a hold of a tree, cut it down, and then manipulate the tree wherever you want to go. Then once you get it to a spot on the map that you want it to be at its final resting place, then you let it fall, you chop it up, and you're done. So it's one of those, it's a really, really nice model, a very nice tool that's going to serve the foresters amongst us very, very well. I think that this one is really good. Less than 8 megabytes to install, 28,500 to purchase. I mean, to make your excavator into a tree harvesting nightmare is, yeah, not that bad whatsoever.
No, not at all. I mean, if you're big into forestry, it's a great mod. I mean, I personally am not into forestry, so
I know somebody who is.
I do have some trees I need to cut down on the map I'm playing on, so maybe I can use it.
maybe.
Well, and what I like most about it is that it's not a ridiculous price because you're already investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in the Volvo excavator by itself. Then,
Right.
if you had to, invest maybe $100,000 in this tool, then it wouldn't be worth it at all. But less than 30 grand for this tool, I mean, that's absolutely perfect, and is about on par with the other tool that it has available to it. If I remember correctly, actually, it's significantly cheaper than that. It's called the Woodcracker, the West Tech Woodcracker. That is $43,000. But the nice thing about the other one is it has that stabilizer arm. This one doesn't have it, to where you cut down a tree, it just flops down, and you got to drag it around that way. What's great about this is that if you're going through thick forest, you're able to keep control of the tree vertically and be able to work your way outside of the thicket of trees, or get it down to a very specific location, then let it fall.
Right. Right. I mean, it's also a very highly detailed mod too, especially from it coming from HR Force.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
HR Forst and Versurgbau are great modders. The group is absolutely top notch, especially when it comes to forestry mods. They offer us some of the best ones that are out there, and this one is another example as to why they are as highly rated as they are.
They are bringing back their classes Arion from FS22,
Nice.
which I'm really happy about. Let's see here. The next one is going to be the is it Howie? How? I think it's How. ULW pack. This is by Hans. Currently has a 4.8 star rating by 48 people. It is 38.13 megabytes to download.
So that there makes it to where I wouldn't install this. I personally wouldn't install it, and the reason being, almost 40 megabytes to install. You get the option of three separate trailers, 3 or 4, I think. I think it might be 3 separate trailers, and
Yeah,
they're almost $100,000 for each and every trailer. And at the end of the day, it's an auger wagon. I mean, it's one of those that I personally I almost never use auger wagons, unless I'm looking for a very specific kind of look and feel for my farm. And 100K for a wagon, I mean, I would much rather have like the Bailey step deck trailer, the lift trailer. I think it's the Bailey.
Yeah. The only auger I use is the base game was it J&M or the Demco?
Oh yeah, no, but again, you're looking at $100,000 for those. The J&M is $95,000. What was the other one you said? Demco?
Demco?
Yeah, the Demco is almost $70,000. So you're talking an incredibly high price for not a lot of storage. The Demco's 30,000 liters. The J&M can get up to 41,400. So at the end of the day, it's not even in line with the J&M. The J&M can get up to 41,000 at 95,000. No, sorry. At no, that's crawler tracks. Oh, there we go. So yeah, looks like. Oh, the crawler tracks is the one with the largest capacity, 125,000. So, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit cheaper, but again, it's an auger wagon. I think, me personally, I'd much rather invest in the Bailey here, 17,300 liters. For a high lift trailer, this one actually lifts up off the ground, and you can throw in, throw into random things that you want. At the end of the day, I think that's a far more reasonable investment than one of these, and for very specific purposes. And the difference between the Bailey and the auger wagons have a significantly reduced capacity for what can be put into them. To where the Bailey trailer, you can put in, so much other products other than the auger wagons.
And well, I mean, I personally wouldn't install them, but if you're a huge fan of how, then yeah, absolutely go for it. I mean, because your configurations, you got tires or tracks, which I've never seen tracks on a how before, especially like these. You got auger cover, no or yes. You have generation. You have old version, green. You have old version 2, red green. New version, green. You have new version, black edition, black. You have weight display, no or yes. You have fender, no or yes. 2 different types, depends on tires.
Yeah, so it's definitely highly detailed, and you can see where the 40 megabytes comes from, but like I said, to take up 40 megabytes worth of space when we already got something that's really similar in the J&M, as well as having all the range going up to the Elmer's Hallmaster for 70,000 liters, I don't see it. Or you could really go really ham and get the Walkabout for 141,000 liters. I mean, that one there is an absolute beast. But like I said, to take up 40 megabytes worth of space, I just don't see it.
No, I don't either. Trust me, you're not alone. So the next one is going to be the Lizard Self-Made Trailer. This is by Kowalski. Currently has a 4.7 star rating by 53. It is 3.28 megabytes to download, and it costs $2,500.
Nice little trailer, cheap, easy to install when it comes to the file size, but it's a trailer or it's a small trailer that's really gonna again have a niche kind of role on your farm. Hook up to your truck, small truck, kind of thing. But really outside of that, not a ton of use for it, because I don't think you can actually load on like vehicles. I don't think it has loading ramps or anything like that.
No, you can't.
So really, it's just made for kind of towing around pallets, and just a couple of them, like 2 or 3 at the most, maybe 2 bales.
Yeah. Let's see. Moving on. We're actually going through this pretty fast, which is good. The next one we have Two Wheel Trailer. This is by Puzzcap. Currently has a 4.7 star rating by 40. It is 11.81 megabytes to download, and the price range is between 1,000 and 1,500. Now, it does have a tipper capacity of 1,600 liters, or capacity for animals. You have 1 cow, 4 pigs, and 2 sheep.
So it's almost 12 megabytes to install. That's really high for the small trailer, but it's got kind of the Swiss Army knife appeal to it, to where it's got a capacity that you can put into it, 1,600 liters. It's got the animal capacity, so you can put in all the various animals. So it's a nice small trailer that will fit on a small farm or work very well for a kind of introductory kind of purchase kind of thing. So it's really, really dirt cheap, less than $1,500 at its most expensive. It's a nice mod, and I can definitely see that this would have some very good points and purposes for it. And I think it can justify the higher megabyte space because of the bells and whistles that it has associated to it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. I mean, and plus, if like a smaller Polish map comes out, this would be perfect.
Exactly.
Let's see here. The next one is the Flegel ZPW 180. This is by Hydraulic. Currently has a 4.6 star rating by 30. It is 4.35 megabytes to download, and it has a price tag of $14,200.
Love this mod. Absolutely love it. So auto load trailer, that's number one. Small megabyte size to install, less than 5 megabytes. Cheap price to purchase, less than 15 grand. So check mark, check mark, check mark, and you can daisy chain it, as you can see here in the screenshot. So you can have, I think each one of these will hold 24 bales, give or take. And it's got a nice little look to it. So all in all, I think it's a great mod, great model, and yeah, definitely worth installing this one, in my opinion.
Yeah, the only thing that gets me is the dolly.
So the swivel axle is a nuisance. I will always concede that the swivel axles are an absolute pain, but if you don't mind a swivel axle, or if you're on a map where you're basically going to be driving, forward, then you're going to be good to go.
Oh yeah, 100%. Let's see here. This is another pretty good one. This is the Sky X50 Econov. This is by Nico Pixes. Currently has a 4.4 star rating by 86. It is 9.80 megabytes to download, and it has a price tag of $21,500 and a working speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Capacity ranges between 2,400 liters to 4,000 liters, and the working width is 24 meters to 50 meters.
So almost 10 megabytes to install. That's a little bit high. Not bad, but a little high. It's a fertilizer spreader, which will kick out to 50 meters. That's really nice. That's one of the largest spread widths that we have, as far as I'm aware, for any vehicle, for any spreader out there. So that's really nice. The problem that I have is I don't think it does lime. That's number one. So that kind of prevents me from wanting to install this, even though it does have the exaggerated working width. Because
this does lime.
What's that?
This does lime.
Oh, it does do lime. Oh, well then,
Yeah.
Take back everything I was getting ready to say. Well, so what I look for in these kind of spreaders is it has to do fertilizer and it has to do lime. If it doesn't do both of them, then I'm not interested in it whatsoever, because I don't want to invest in one thing to do one specific job and then have something that's extremely similar doing just a different product. So looking at base game stuff right now, we've got the Salac, the Amazon, the Braidel, the other Amazon, and yeah, that's our base game stuff. The only one that does both is the Braidel K105. I will invest in the Braidel each and every time for my farms over the Amazon, which has significantly larger working width, 42 meters versus the 18 meters largest for the Braidel. But I will do the Braidel because it does lime.
Yeah, now for this one right here, capacity configuration, cover configuration, working with configuration, design configuration, and color configuration. So, I mean, it is a very highly detailed mod too. So there is that.
Yeah.
Now, moving on from that one, going on to this next one. This one is very confusing beyond belief. So this is the APV Grassland Combi Pack. This is by DD Mob Passion. Currently has a 4.8 star rating by 32. It is 9.92 megabytes to download. The price is $13,500. Now, because this is under several different areas, it's not just under one. So, and Mr. Silly P, even DJ Goham, and Andy's Farms, because I watched them for mod reviews, they had the most concern about this mod ever, because it's like, so you have it over here, but yet it's over here, but yet when you click on it in here, you can customize it the exact same ways you would go over here. So it's a very confusing mod.
So this one I really don't have much of an opinion on because it's a set of equipment I would almost never use. Um, I mean, 3 meter working with that's 3 meters.
Yeah.
That's number one. 10 megabytes to install. That's really high for something that's going to be taking care of grass and stuff. Um, and small capacity of 200 liters. So at the end of the day, I don't see ever using it. It's a nice looking model, and I'm sure it has a purpose, but I just can't I can't visualize myself using it.
See, it's funny because there's 3 in that pack, but all 3 of them are literally the exact same thing,
Yeah.
which makes no sense. I mean, I personally don't use it, so. Moving on from that because we both agree we'll never use it. Let's see here. Next, we have the Gornick Soiler 300. This is by WolfX Modding, or AKA White Bull Modding. Currently has a 4.4 star rating by 28 people. The downloadable size is 8.36 megabytes to download. The price tag is $9,000. The working width is 3 meters, and required horsepower is 130 horsepower.
So this one here, if you're a Gornick fan, then I can see somebody installing this. Me personally, I don't see this being something I would install simply because we have, again, the Knock, however you pronounce it. Again, it's the same exact working width, 3 meters. It's the same exact starting price, $9,000. And the horsepower requirement for the base game one is 95. So it's better horsepower. So essentially the same exact tool to do the job. Now the only difference is that this one has has some kind of distribution system. I'm not sure what that distribution system is. If it's like basic seeds, like cover crop kind of stuff. Yeah, that might be a bell and whistle kind of thing. That could be like push it over the edge for some people, but I don't ever see using something like that personally.
I don't either. It's one big reason why I skip over. I mean, it's fantastic because it's coming from a great modder, but it's just I'm gonna have no use for it.
Oh, exactly. Nothing against the modder, or anything like that. It's just not something I can see myself utilizing ever.
Speaking of WolfX modding, the next one is the Gornick Gratner Supra 5M by WolfX Modding. Currently has a 4.8 star rating by 24. It is 10.88 megabytes to download, and the price tag is $12,500. Working with is 5 meters for at 170 horsepower.
Now this one has my attention. Now here's why. This is a cultivator. Looking at the other cultivators that we have available to us, we have the Lemken Schmarg 9 500K. The same working width, 5 meters. The horsepower requirement for the Lemken is 180 horsepower. This one here is 170, so it's 10 less horsepower, but the price. This mod is $12,500. The Lemken, $24,500. So you get a little bit better horsepower requirement and half the price. So is it worth the almost 11 megabytes to install? I would lean towards yes. If you're looking for something that's going to be a little bit cheaper, a little bit nicer, a little bit something that can compete with some of the stuff that we have. And it's a nice looking model. It does look like it's working very well. You can see all the kind of effects that it has as it's digging up soil, the rolling cages in the back. Like, it's just a nice looking mod, and it's actually going to compete with the stuff that we have base game.
Right, I agree 100%. I mean, it's something I probably will never personally use, but but I mean, it definitely would be a great thing to have like on the European map.
Exactly.
Let's see here. The next one is the Rabe EG 3/9. This is by Justin Schult. Currently has a 4.8 star rating by 15. It is 3.38 megabytes to download, and the price tag is $12,000. They required horsepower is 90 horsepower, and the working width is 2.2 to 2.5 meters.
So this one here, the megabyte size is nice and small. That's great. The price, $12,000. That's not bad. Horsepower requirement, 90 horsepower. Again, not bad. Working with 2.5. It's smaller than any of the base game stuff that we have. The smallest one we have base game is the Noke, whatever, Eco Cultivator 300. Now, that one is 3 meters. That is $16,000, 3 meters, compared to $12,000 and up to 2.5 meters. So you're taking a little bit of a cut in price for half a meter. I don't know if it's worth it. Like, it's just, there's not enough draw to it that is going to entice me to install this one. And I don't know. It might work great on a small farm with small fields, maybe tight hedging around the fields or fencing, things like that. That might be kind of a future kind of map that comes out kind of thing. But right now, with
Sounds
what
like
we
you're
have,
talking about Calmsden.
even on Calmsden, I especially on Calmsden, I don't see ever using this because Calmsden has massive fields to it. This would take forever and a day to utilize.
Oh yeah.
Well, I was thinking going around the tiny roads, you sound like you're describing the roads of Calmsden.
I mean, yeah, the roads, it would be easier to get down the roads, but to do the actual work itself just wouldn't really fit. So at the end of the day, I don't see really utilizing this one.
Yeah, I don't either, honestly. I mean, somebody out there is liking it, but
Oh, yeah, and again, I'm not saying as a means of this is a terrible mod or this is that. No, nothing I'm saying here and now. If I'm saying anything, I'm just saying from my own personal standpoint, from a console player. A lot of these models they're great and they're going to be loved by somebody out there, absolutely. And I hope that they get the love and use that they deserve because every single one of these models have been fantastic. The problem is like I said, I'm specifically speaking from a console player, from my own perspective, and whether or not I think that I could utilize these models in my own personal gameplay or in this kind of just ethos that I utilize things for. So at the end of the day, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm making a judgment based on very specific criteria.
I gotcha. Man, I 100% hear you. So here. The next one is going to be the Flegel Silage Roller. This is by Unar Emre. Currently has a 4.8 star rating by 22 people. It is 2.05 megabytes to download. The price tag is $7,500.
So just like we were talking with the earlier silage, compaction stuff that we were talking about, this here is another silo compaction for chaff to be able to put into a bunker silo and whatnot. It's not a bad price, $7,500, less than just a little bit over 2 megabytes to install, so not that bad to like disk space wise. It's a nice mod. If you like to use bunker silos, then this might be a great mod for you.
Better than doing silage bales.
Yeah, for sure. So it's one of those. This might be a good option for you. This one, me personally, I don't do a ton of bunker silo work, so not something that, unless I was specifically trying to utilize a bunker silo for a Let's Play or something like that, is not something I'd install personally. But nothing wrong with the mod. It's a solid mod. It looks great, and as long as it functions, then it's a good one to install.
I mean, I do a lot of bunker silo work, but I never use those kind of things. So.
Yeah.
Let's see here. The next one is going to be the Robert FB160. This is by Landre and Max. It has current rating 4.9, 4.9 out of 5 stars by 26 people. That is the downloadable size is 9.64 megabytes to download. The price tag is $1,200.
That is a huge download size for what you're getting. You're getting a bale spike. At the end of the day, this is a bale spike. And almost 10 megabytes to install. The price is not bad. $1,200, meh. Not that bad.
Meh.
But 10 megabytes to install, that's a big size for a spike. Not
Yeah.
worth it in my opinion.
I definitely agree with you. I mean, you have to be a big Robert fan to be able to install those.
Exactly.
But other than that, no. Let's see here. The next one is
Nope.
the hydraulic bale fork. This is by BM Modding. Currently has a 4.9 star rating by 39. It is 1.13 megabytes to download, and the current price tag is $1,200. The configuration is color configuration for forks.
So this is a perfect example of what I was just talking about. The previous mod was almost 10 megabytes to install. This one is just over 1 megabyte to install. And this one has similar bells and whistles as the previous one does. The Robert is adjustable in height, so you can stack more bales onto it, but this one actually has a spike on the upper adjustable arm in order to capture the bale itself. I mean, I think personally that this is a superior example of a bale spike between the two, and is around the same price. It's a front loader tool. I would by miles install this one before the Robert.
Yeah. Oh, I agree 100%. Plus, it has a better rating.
Yep.
Oh,
You think that rating might be because of the download size?
could be.
Very possible. It's one of those though that I think it also is a result of the kind of function that it has because of those upper spikes. It'll help capture the bales a little bit better. So it also looks like you'll be able to carry more bales with it as well. In its lowest configuration, it looks like you can get 2 square bales on it. So in its upper configuration, potentially 3 or 4 bales is something that you could probably easily stack on that. So it's a very multifunctional spike that is significantly smaller on the install. So between those kind of features plus the install size, I think that this would deserve a higher rating.
Yeah. Come on, so, I mean, I would install it, but I don't really use front loaders. So, let's see here.
And what do you use?
Me, I mainly use telehandlers and skid steers, sometimes wheel loaders. Mainly telehandlers, though. Let's see here. The next one is gonna be the Chrome baler
Or
pack.
super strength?
I don't really use that. Let's see here. Yeah, so the Chrome baler pack. This is by Micro GT. Currently has a 4.8 star rating by 82. And is 17.18 megabytes to download.
So
And I would read the price tag, but there's no price tag on here. So
yeah, I don't know how much these would be, but for less than 18 megabytes to install, you at bare minimum get a round baler and a square baler with this pack. So 2 balers that accompany this. Plus the square baler has the organizer that comes along with it. So you can basically stack these square bales together on the field. The collector, that's the word I'm looking for. All the kind of bells and whistles that you can change, device color, rim color, hub color, so on and so forth. So if you want kind of, specific
I'm gonna
look.
say I had to another stream, so I'm gonna get off of here.
What's that, Luke?
I'm gonna get off of the stream, for this call, so I can go say hi to another stream that.
All right, that's
moderate
fine.
for it too. So
You're good.
All right, you take
yep,
care.
just thought I'd let you know.
All right, guys.
Yep, have a good one.
You too.
God save the
So-
king.
So
Of
yeah,
course.
all in all, I mean, it's one of those, depending on the price of the balers, but I'm going to anticipate that it's going to be relatively close to the kind of base game ones that we have, because we have the Krone Big Pack 1290 HP D, and I'm going to presume that it's relatively around there. But we also have, as a mod, the 120 HPD with the windrower as part of the pack of balers with windrowers. And one has the windrower and collector, and one doesn't have it as well. So it's one of those, I don't know. My guess is the square baler is probably going to be around $200 to $230,000 for this. And if it's in line with that, basically what you're going to be getting is a option to customize it. So is it worth the 17 plus megabyte install size to have that customization, the color customizations?
I mean, to me personally, no. But I'm not gonna lie. It looks good with the green and black, though.
I agree. I 100% agree. I think it looks good, but I don't know if I can justify 18 megs to make it colorful.
Right. I 100% get that. Plus, I mean, you have to be a massive Krone fan though for that.
But again, we already have Krone base game, so it's one of those. Do you love them so much that you're not only going to, reinstall additional Krone products, but the only difference I'm aware of is colors.
Right. Exactly.
But my kind of knee-jerk reaction is that if you love a product so much, you're not going to want to deviate too far from its kind of origins. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not going to be, like, installing a Steiger onto my system to make it, like, sunshine yellow. You know what I mean? I'm going to want the case red, or maybe the black edition kind of thing. Like, something along those lines would be about the craziest I personally would go with it, but that's just me personally.
Oh, I agree 100%. So here, now this next one is a sugar beet cutter pack. This is by Corredo Farms. Currently has a rating of 4.8 stars by 78. It is 0.78 megabytes to download.
This is a brilliant mod. Love this mod. So it uses all the base game auger wagons to be able to take sugar beets and chop them up into cut sugar beets. That's amazing. Absolutely love it. So it's just adding an additional feature to our auger wagons. But what sets this really above and beyond, like, any other auger wagon out there, is the size of the download. 0.78 megabytes, so less than 1 megabyte to install, and it offers you the additional feature of chopping your sugar beets in mass, to where normally in base game, if you want to cut up sugar beets, you need the front loader tool. I forget what it's called. I'm looking for it. Yeah, front loader tools. It's the Flegel Ruby 2000. This one will cut up the sugar beets into cut sugar beets, but you're going with 2,300 liters of capacity rather than the, say, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 liters of capacity in the auger wagon itself. And you can just do it in mass. So that's what's the best part about this. So if you're looking for cut sugar beets, this is the path to look into.
Mm-hmm. I agree 100%. Now, this next one I thought was actually pretty good. So this is the Tanker Trailer Pack. This is by Henri Emery. It has a current rating of 4.5 stars by 72 people. It is 10.85 megabytes to download. I personally think this is awesome.
So this one here, I'm trying to remember, but this is basically taking the trailers that we would normally use for like slurry and stuff, if I remember correctly, and basically opening up its category to include a lot of the other liquids available, correct? Like diesel, milk, liquid fertilizer.
No, so it basically takes every trailer, like every like barrel trailer, basically, and including slurry transport, and makes it so you be able to haul everything, all liquids, with it.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, that there is huge, and I didn't realize that's what this mod did. Knowing that, that's brilliant.
I mean, it says right here, all of them can transport diesel, milk, liquid fertilizer, herbicide, digestate, liquid manure, water, silage additive, canola oil, sunflower oil, olive oil, and grape juice.
Yeah, so you could take like the base game Abbey trailers and use them for all the other liquids that we have access to, which is I think that's brilliant. I don't think I installed this originally because again I was on vacation, so I just kind of blew through a lot of the mods. I'm gonna double back and reinstall this or install this one because that one that's a pretty good mod. And for less than 10 megabytes, no, 11 megabytes, you get all that available in all the tankers. So that's nice. That's a really good mod.
100%. I have it installed. The next one is Fillable Pallet. This is by Tarji 007. Currently has a rating of 4.4 stars by 28 people. It is 0.16 megabytes to download, and the capacity is 2,000 liters. Price is $50.
So this one is very niche, but I really like it. I really like this one. So less than a megabyte to install, super small, super small. Capacity 2,000 liters per container, $50 to purchase the container. So I'm showing a picture of 6 of these strapped to the back of a truck, to a flatbed truck. So that's 12,000 liters of total storage capacity on this truck now. And yeah, you basically spent what? 50 times 6, you're talking $300?
Yep.
To take a flatbed and turn it into a 12,000 liter capacity truck.
Which is not bad. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. And you can put 6 different products into those if you wanted to. Yep. So you're getting basically the same convenience as a belly dump trailer with having multiple types of products going along with you and having incredibly cheap storage capacities. And I presume that you're able to then drive over any sell points or any silos to be able to dump into them. It doesn't disappear as far as I'm aware, because once you buy these, it's just along the ride kind of thing. It's with you the entire time. So it's a great mod. I think this is a good one.
I agree 100%. Especially doing carrots and stuff like that. But so the next one is one we were actually talking about earlier. It's the silage additive drum by ER Shaba. It has a current rating of 4.4 stars by 53. It is 0.41 megabytes to download. Price tag is $500 for 50 liters. Capacity is 50 liters, which is also wrong because it's 100 liters, I think, in game.
I don't know off the top of my head if it's 100 liters. Oh, you're right. It is 100 liters. I'm looking at it right now. So yeah, it's $300. It's $300 for 100 liters, not $500 for 50 liters.
Yeah.
So,
which is good.
Oh yeah, yeah. I love this mod. Absolutely love it. half a megabyte,
No.
less than half a megabyte, and
The
go ahead.
the only downfall is you can't pick them up by hand.
Yes, so that is a bummer. I wish that wasn't the case because it just make it like infinitely more useful. But it's one of those that oftentimes you're buying these in order to just slam them right into your bit of equipment, whether it's a forage wagon, baler, whatever. So,
Yeah.
and it's a relatively cheap input as well. Especially compared to your base game silage additive, almost $3,000 for 60 liters, or you get $300 for 100 liters. So that's a huge, huge savings. You're getting more product for an infinitely less price.
Or you can go back to their other one, their most recent one, which is like was it $38,000 for
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I do like that. My only big concern is because in real life you could pick that up by hand. So I hope that they come out with an update for that.
Yeah, me too. You mind if I catch up with the chat real quick?
Yeah, go right ahead. I'm actually gonna be right back.
Okay. I'll go ahead and blaze through the chat real quick. So, we got... Let me find where I was at. Okay. Taco said, BDD, where you have been on the cruise? So I went to Mexico. I was over in Cozumel and Porta something. I can't remember what it's called. Ken says, BDD's first cruise with kids. What a headache, LOL. I mean, it wasn't a headache. It was just one of those where I was just so nervous. I was just constantly on a head on a swivel kind of thing, and it was just exhausting. And I couldn't just put my head on the pillow at night and just relax. I had to be awake enough to hear the door if somehow she figured out how to move the table. But, sleep enough to where I could function the next day. So it was just one of those. It was exhausting, but we had a lot of fun. Taco says, BDD's kids will be fine. I'm a grandpa of 4, and the next one is coming in April. Oh, congratulations. And I know that they're going to be fine. I know I'm overthinking it and fixated on it, but it's one of those that don't want to let my guard down. And so right as my daughter was born, again, almost 3 years ago, right as she was born, just before, days before, I was going over to my father's house, because he lived in a separate house at the time, and I was driving down his street, and there were dozens of cops and a couple of emergency crews, like fire and rescue, outside of a house down the street. It wasn't dozens of cops. It was like two or three cop cars, so on and so forth. So I found out that a father was watching their kid, and their kid got out of the house, fell into the pool, and unfortunately, passed.
I'm back.
Hello. But it was one of those kind of moments that really kind of sank in with me. It sank really hard when I heard that, because of the unknowingness of just a simple couple seconds of not paying attention, and then just boom, the entire world is gone. Your entire world changes. So just being aware on this trip that there's a 3-year-old that could run off and see something that they want to run off and look at could just be the difference between having them there and not. So it's just, like I said, one of those kind of the way my brain works. But I know that she's going to be fine. I know my youngest daughter's going to be fine. It was just, that's the way my brain worked. Ricky, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day. I love the name, though. Ricky Spanish. Ricky Spanish. I don't know if you recognize the reference there, Will.
Nope.
You ever watch American Dad?
Nope.
Oh, then you would not understand the reference. It says, is Versatile still in the game? I haven't seen anything by them. So right now, there's nothing base game for Versatile. I'm certain that some modder will come out here soon and will put something out there. Whiskey says, Tony, I sent you a DM. Benji says, the full fruit greenhouse is one I was looking for. I used it heavily. Yes, it's a great mod. It's an absolutely great mod. Kiwi Sim Farmer says, gotta go, dinner time here. Take care all. All right, Kiwi, you have yourself a fantastic rest of your day. You take care, and thanks for stopping by. And we got Rhonda Rue. How you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day. It says hi. And I think I am all caught up. So good timing there, Will.
Perfect. Oh, that's better. All right. So next one we got going on here. This is going to be the Big Bags Cattle Pack. This is by FSG Modding. And it has a current rating of 4.9 stars by 62. It is a 1.62 megabytes to download.
So this one here, I'm just looking at my screen here. I don't think we have a way to purchase TMR. We can only make it at the moment. That being the case, it's a good mod because it offers the ability to purchase the TMR. That's bare minimum. 1.62 megabytes to install, not a big file size. TMR at 600 liters is 1,120. 1,200 liters is 2,240. So double the price, double the size. That's all fine and dandy. So not a terrible price for purchasing TMR. Now, the one thing that's in this that we do have access to is mineral feed. 1,050 liters is base mineral feed for $1,000. So let's just round it off. 1,000 liters, $1,000. Just for simple, easy math. This pack has a 500 liter capacity for $1,200 or $1,020 and a 1,000 liter for $2,400. So it's double the price of what we have just base game. So that portion of it, bleh, not good. But it's in bag form. It's all bag form. So if you like working with bags instead of pallets, this might be a mod for you, but you're going to be spending more money. At the end of the day, I would install it just simply because I want to be able to potentially purchase TMR instead of going through all the stuff to make it. So one of those can open the doors to cows and stuff, healthy cows, 100% production cows right away, right off the bat.
Oh yeah, 100%. The next one is going to be the mobile barrier. This is by HR Force and Forjigbow. Has a current rating of 4.6 stars by 26 people. It is 0.47 megabytes to download, and the price is $1,500. There are two different color designs.
So again, this is something that's extremely niche. It looks good, but not something I would install on my game simply because this one is potentially some kind of European design. Maybe I've never seen anything like this over here in America. I tend to lean heavily towards American style maps. If I were to be on a European style map, I might consider this because it is a small install. It's less than half a megabyte. $1,500 per barrier, not a bad price. But again, very niche, very kind of specific purposes. So I don't know. What do you think, Will?
I mean, I personally wouldn't. I personally have no use for it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, like I said, it's very niche, very specific. But again, it's one of those that people will will like it because it fulfills that kind of role-playing vibe.
I mean, it's there if you want it.
Yeah,
you know.
exactly.
And it's also by HR Force, and they do a great job.
They really do.
Let's see. The next one is the Forest Machete. This is by GNFS. It is has a current rating of 4.6 stars by 45 people. It is 0.27 megabytes to download, and the price is $50.
So, about a quarter of a megabyte to install, super small. $50, super cheap. It can store where your saws go, as you can see here in the screenshot. It works like a saw. I don't know if it has any kind of working with capacity when it comes to the size of the trees it'll take out, but it's nice. It's a nice little mod, nice little model. But again, niche. I don't know if it's something I would install.
I do have one thing to say about this though.
Okay.
So the modder did add like a chopping sound, like whoosh, whoosh, like you're hacking at a tree, which is really kind of neat. But it has the exact same smooth animation as like a chainsaw.
Yeah. So that's my only issue with these kind of mods is that exact thing is you're getting the animation of a saw, but you're getting the what's supposed to be the aesthetics of some kind of other item. And
Right.
they don't align. Very oftentimes they don't align. Another example of this would be like the lightsaber that we got on, May the 4th.
I hope that comes
Now,
back.
don't get me wrong. I think it's hilarious. I love the lightsaber mod, but it's one of those that if I wasn't a huge fan of Star Wars, it wouldn't be on my system, and
Right.
it kind of falls in that same line because it just doesn't match the actions of which you would kind of take the lightsaber to the tree.
Right.
Because it's using that chainsaw model or that chainsaw method to cut through the tree. So it's one of those. It's the limitation of the game. It's nothing to do with the modder, nothing to do with the mod itself. It's just what limits are imposed from the mechanics of the game, and that's the problem with this mod.
I agree 100%. I mean, like it's not our option. It's there if you want it. You know.
Exactly.
Now this next one, Looney Farmer really liked this one a lot. So do I. Sawmill. This is by Jamo. This has a current rating of 4.6 stars by 41 people. It is 6.08 megabytes to install, and the Sawmill price is $150,000, which I mean even shows all the capacity right there, which is nice. The color selection, solar panel configuration. The nice thing though is that each product has its own location, and then you drive through the center to drop off the wood.
So I love this mod. Love it. The reason I love this mod is because right now I'm having a Let's Play series where I'm doing a ton of forestry work. Now, I've got the sawmill and I'm utilizing it. The problem is that the sawmill on Riverbend Springs, it just jams whatever product spawns first out into the spawn points. So you could have a pallet of wood chips, a pallet of planks, then a pallet of planks long, then a pallet, like so on and so forth. All these different products will just pop one next to the other, next to the other, next to the other, and it's really difficult because unless you got like the liftable pallets mod installed, you're having to install or take each one of these products one at a time and then shuffle them along where they need to go from there. And it's just a real pain. It's a real nightmare. This one here, because it organizes it for you, and the capacities are insane. So the capacity there on Riverbend Springs is 140-ish thousand liters, I think, for wood. This is 1.5 million liters. That is huge. I would have been able to fill up I wouldn't be able to fill up the sawmill if I had this installed in Riverbend Springs. Which, again, sitting there and having to wait for the product to be made in order to just feed it is a real nightmare right now. And I'm experiencing that actively right now. So 6.08 megabytes to install. That's a small file size. It's an enterable production. You can go inside the building. That's really nice. Yeah, overall, it's just a nice model, nice mod. Yeah, I like
It's working
it.
now, by the way.
What's that?
It's finally installing the update for the
Booyah.
game. Let's see here. All right, so yeah, overall, I absolutely love that. I know Looney Farmer in his video, he absolutely loved that. Let's see here. The next one is Concrete Wood Support. This is by Eisenberg. I love the name. Has a current rating of 4.7 stars by 23 people. It is 0.59 megabytes to download, and the price tag is $1,000.
So again, price $1,000, super cheap. Install size less than 0.6 megabytes to install, super small. If you're big into forestry, very useful. Having these little bunks to be able to set up, logs and stuff like that, to be able to come back later, or to kind of better organize them for something like you can see here with the high lift. You put them all in there for like storage, and then you can come back with the high lift and grab a larger capacity. That's basically what these are used for, is either storage or to mass fill your tools. All in all, it's a nice mod, but again, it's going to be for the tree hoppers out there, the ones who like to do a lot of the forestry work. So if you're not one of them, it's not going to be one for you. If you do some forestry, or even if you're a big forestry person, this is going to be a good one for you.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's all I gotta say on that. 100% agree with you. Now the next one is Large Silo Pack by Rajo G Play. It has a current rating of 4.6 stars by 43 people, and the downloadable size is 50.09 megabytes to install. Now it does have the dirty grain silos. $380,000. Capacity is 1,750,000. I mean, it just keeps going down. But there's several different. But 50 megabytes though.
It's a huge mod. It's a huge pack. But Rego G Play is one of my favorite modders out there. They make really great mods, make really great maps. Now, this one has a very unique style to it that's going to fit on very specific maps. Very, I think, European, or even like Eastern European, potentially, is the kind of vibe I'm seeing from this. That being said, I think it's a very, very nice looking set of mods. Very nice silos. Great capacities. I mean, you got the one silo, 1,750,000 liters. Now, if that's total capacity or is that per individual product, I don't know. $380,000 for that one. There's another one with 430,000, but that's the dirty grain silo with roof. So I mean, you get a bunch of different styles and looks and whatnot, and you get to kind of customize it as you need. I think it's nice. Is it worth the file size?
No.
That's the ultimate question, and yeah, I agree. I just don't think it's worth 50 megabytes to install for a console player for what is a very, very nice mod. It's a very nice looking mod. I just don't think it's worth it.
100%. I mean, like I said, it's highly detailed. It's a very good mod. but I just don't think it's worth the 50 point whatever megabytes to download.
Especially for silos, when we already have silos out there that can potentially do more than these ones. Because as far as I'm aware, these are just base grain silos. Like they're not
they are.
multi-fruit or anything like that. We have a multi-fruit silo out there right now that, let's see. I'm trying to find it right now. There it is. This is the 30,000 for 8 million liters, and it does not only grains, it does liquids as well.
Right.
So, I mean, this one is significantly smaller. No, it doesn't have the same look and aesthetics to it. I mean, we can, look at it, and it's got multi-fruit and liquids stamped on the side of it. It's not a bad looking mod. It's just not as authentic looking as these ones are.
Right. You know what? But it's another option out there if someone wants it.
Yep,
You know?
exactly.
Now, this next one has your name written all over it, and I knew that second I saw it. Next one is Fermenting Silo by Omatana. Has a current rating of 4.9 stars by 207 people. The download size is 1.75 megabytes. The price of the fermenting silo is $30,000.
So, you know me so well. This is an amazing mod. I love this mod. The reason being is that, and let me step back. This mod we had in 22. This is an upgraded version of the one from 22. The reason being is that not only will this produce your silage like the previous year did, but it also creates hay, which I don't think the previous year did.
No.
It also creates TMR, which I don't think the previous model did, and digestate. This can solve the digestate issue that I was talking about earlier with the fertilizer production. So what this does is it offers you an input selection of, let's say we're making silage, right? You can put in grass and you can get a 1-to-1 from grass to silage, or you can put in grass and water and get a 1-to-1 of silage and digestate.
Well, it's also nice because you can also take leftover straw you have and make silage.
Exactly. So its inputs are grass, hay, chaff, straw, silage, water, and mineral feed. Those are all the inputs that you can put into this. Now, if I had to pick something to complain about, the only thing I have in my salvo is the look. I'm not a huge fan of the way it looks because it looks very European, and I want it to use it on non-European maps. I wish that we had a
American looking one.
not even just an American equivalent, but just something that wasn't so specific to a European style kind of thing. Something that could kind of flow amongst multiple countries. You know what I mean?
Right.
But all that being said, that is a small complaint next to a giant thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. I love this mod. I love what it does, and I love the upgrades that it had from 22 to 25. It is an absolute big step up from what we had previously.
Yeah, and I do know that the cycles per month are pretty decent, and the unload speed is pretty fast on it too, which is nice.
Yes. Yep. So
Plus,
yeah,
you can plus it's basically a silo, so it's like, oh, I need extra straw now. I'm taking out, take straw out. You know?
Yep. So you can get the individual components back out.
Yeah. And
Which-
Louis Farmer loves this.
Which, for those who are following my new live stream series there on Calmsden, I made mention I'm going to utilize this. I'm going to utilize this because, number one, it's an amazing mod. It's an amazing model. It looks good, don't get me wrong, but it's got a very specific style that just won't fit every single map that you go onto. And that's my only complaint.
Right. All right. All right. Let's move on to the next one. Next one is Big Cow Barn. This is by Rajo G Play. Has a current rating of 4.5 stars by 47 people. It is 17.47 megabytes to download, and the price tag is $82,000. Now it does say maximum number of animals 72, and it says 48 adults plus possible 24 young calves, and the maintenance cost per day is $500.
So this one here is a nice looking model. I do like it. It has a very kind of Eastern European vibe to it, which I like. I'm confused about the animal size. It says max number 72, 48 adults, and possible 24 young calves. What I'm confused about is the mod capable of making the distinction between the adults and calves, or can I just slam 72 adult cows into this? I don't know.
I think so.
So if I'm able to slam in 72 adult cows into this, then I don't understand why they're making the distinction in the description. If that isn't the case, where it does make the distinction between the two, then that makes more sense. 17.47 megabytes to install. That's not bad considering what you're getting. You're getting a cow barn and 72 cows. Now, what I don't know is this a like milking barn where? Oh no, it is. I can see the milk extract point right there. So, yeah. So this is a good one for anybody who's having a kind of European look to it. And I just read in the description that it does have a real Eastern European farm. So yeah, I was spot on about that. I'm pretty stoked.
I mean, besides that too, it's a very highly detailed mod too.
Yes, yeah, and it is. What it reminds me of, and if I remember correctly, Rajo G Play was also the creator of, was it Sluwo or Slawo?
Something like that.
Which looks like this mod is pretty much from that kind of same map, or that same kind of style of map, if not from that map directly. So it's just one of those. It looks good. I love the kind of dirtiness on the kind of concrete blocking outside. It looks like a great mod. It looks really highly detailed in the brickwork. You got the cows on the inside doing their thing. Yeah, good job. Like it.
Now, there is one thing I do want to state about this mod, and I think it's very important to mention this. It does not accept bales. So if you want to put straw in there, you're going to have to use a straw blower. So.
Now, one thing I have learned about as a kind of workaround from needing the straw blowers and stuff like that is if you have a mixing wagon, you can deconstruct the bales into loose straw, and then typically, not always, but typically you can dump into the straw input with the loose straw there. So that's another option. You don't necessarily need a blower, but if you're looking for realism, that's how you do it.
Yep, right there. That's what I use. Let's see here. Next one is going to be the Modern Pigsty. This is by 750 Ti Modding. It has a current rating of 4.8 stars by 38 people. It is 16.79 megabytes to install. It does have a new version and an old version. The new version is $50,000. Capacity is 150 pigs. The old version is $45,000. Capacity is 150 pigs.
So if you're looking for a pig barn, 17 megabytes is a little high. Again, European style. Got 50,000 for the barn itself. Not that bad for the new version. 45,000 for the old version. Again, that's not a bad price. So even though it might be a larger file size, you're technically having the option of 2 different styles of pig barns, and 150 pigs is a pretty good size capacity too. So
Also,
all in
what I
all,
like. Also, what I like too is that you actually have to open up the grate to actually put the food in there.
yes,
Dump it in there.
and again, highly detailed. It looks really sharp. Yeah, I like it, and I personally think that it would be worth the larger file size because it offers a couple of barns options.
Mhm.
So it's not just, if it was 17 megabytes for just the one barn, I would kind of balk at that. But
Right.
2 barns, 17 megabytes, 150 pigs per barn, that's not bad.
Right. Now this next one, I love that. I absolutely love this next mod. I installed this real fast. So this is Chicken Coop. This is by Camelios0397. It currently has a rating of 4.4 stars by 78 people. It is 13.08 megabytes to install. The price tag is $85,000. Monthly upkeep is $40. It does have a manure production point, which is $45,000. Daily upkeep is $20. Production recipe: 1,000 liters of straw and produce 650 liters of manure. Capacity, it just shows capacity right there. And then it does have a conveyor belt decoration, which is $50. Now this will hold, I think it was 1,500 chickens. Yeah, 1,500 chickens.
So less than 14 megabytes to install, 1,500 chickens. Absolute love it. Love it. And it does manure. We have a new source for kind of introductory manure production for less than 50 grand. Love it. I'm sorry. For less than 50 grand. But then you got the animal pen itself up to 85,000. So, I mean, at the end of the day, this is an absolutely spectacular mod. Really highly detailed. It's got a lot of stuff going on there, and have the capacity of up to 1,500 chickens. You can slam out some eggs. If you got enough feed to feed these chickens, then you're going to be able to produce a ton of eggs with it, which is awesome. Yeah, love it.
Waiting for my computer to load. Okay. Oh, yeah. Game decided just to open up on me.
Uh-oh.
No, so I'm just gonna boop off that real quick. Okay. So the next one is gonna be Soybean Factory. This is by Uncle Sly. It has a current rating of 4.8 stars by 43 people. It is 4.52 megabytes to install. The factory price is $75,000.
So we had this in 22, if I remember correctly. Might not be the exact same model, but something very similar, where it made like soybean patties, soy smoothies, things like that. I think tofu was in there as well. It's one of those where for less than 5 megabytes, if you're wanting to do stuff with soybeans, as long as there's a sell point that's going to be able to take these products, and the product that you're producing is worth a good price, then yeah, look into adding this, because it basically creates a new avenue for soybeans. We don't have anything for soybeans at the moment. It's just a cash crop.
Right, and it is 240 cycles per month, which isn't bad.
No, that's not bad at all. So you figure for less than 80 grand to buy, less than 5 megabytes to install, I mean, not that bad. And it takes a lot of different products in it as well. Soy, barley, flour, sunflower oil, water. are all the kind of inputs. Then you get things like soybean patties, soy smoothies, and tofu as outputs. So, all in all, it's a very nice, nice mod, nice model, and can create stuff that we don't have base game.
Yep. It's very nice. I mean, it's something I'm probably not going to use, but let's see. Now, this next one I did install this. The next one is the American Workshop. This is by ICUS. Has a current rating of 4.8 stars by 102 people. And the downloadable size is 11.57 megabytes. The price is $80,000, and the upkeep is $10 per day.
So this one I love. I think it's a great mod, great model. Less than 12 megabytes to install, so it's a little bit high for a barn, but it's
also a workshop.
Yeah, it's a workshop repair trigger, but very highly detailed. I can see where that 12 megabytes is coming from. Yeah, it looks great. It would fit a American map very easily. Riverbend Springs is a good example. Yeah, great model, great set of mods. Definitely would definitely recommend.
I guess nails it, honestly, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
Next one is going to be Workshop with Shed. This is by Nalu. It has a current rating of 4.9 stars by 25 people. The downloadable size is 17.43 megabytes to download. The price is $39,800, and the upkeep is $25 a day.
So this one I'm less impressed with. Now, it looks very highly detailed. It's got a lot of weathering on the inside and outside. Definitely is going to fit on one of those kind of Eastern European style maps with like kind of the old rundown kind of look to it. It does have an appeal, but less than 18 megabytes to install, $40,000 to purchase. That's a lot on both of those fronts, to where I don't know if I can justify. Now, the details on the inside are really nice. It's got the pit, it's got, the repair trigger, it's got all sorts of tools and stuff on the inside. It looks really sharp. But am I wanting to spend 40 grand on a repair trigger? Am I wanting to spend, 18 megabytes to install it? Probably not.
There is one thing I do want to say. So the Workshop with Shed, that one you can only repair and customize. With the American Workshop with Lycus, you can repair, customize, sell, and repaint.
Oh, nice. So, yeah, it's one of those. Each one of them are the nearly identical in file size. Almost to the T. Now, you can see that this one is putting a lot of its megabytes into the weathering, the kind of internal decorations and all that stuff. They're both highly detailed, but I don't know. It's just one of those that this one just kind of misses the boat for me.
No, I feel you. Let's see here. The next one is a Big Decoration Package. This is by DDEC 96. It has a current rating of 4.7 stars by 66 people. It has a downloadable size of 5.77 megabytes. Price all $20, and there's 41 objects.
Love this one. Absolutely love it. For less than 6 megabytes, you get all these different decorations that you can place all around your farm or on the map. I mean, 40 different decorations that you can add, or 41 objects, $20 a piece. I mean, that's nothing. And that makes decorating a map just that much more achievable. And less than 6 megabytes, what's not to love?
And besides that, too, for decorations, they're pretty highly detailed, too.
Well, I think most of these, if not all of them, are base game models.
Yep.
And they're just extracted out to be able to decorate more. So it's one of those, I love the fact that they did this and made it an option, because now we can take some of the maps such as New Frontier and really dress up the map with something like this, and not at a huge cost of space.
Right. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, I have that installed. I absolutely love it. Let's see. Oh, now this one I thought that you might like. I wasn't 100% positive on it. I mean, I absolutely do, but it's placeable wall lights. It's by Abracadabra. Has a current rating of 4.6 stars by 89 people. The downloadable size is 4.67 megabytes to install. And the price per wall light is $50, which it's nice with this because it also comes with like these block things. So if the height of the wall light is not significant, use the placement helpers to raise it to the desired height.
So this one I really like as well. Less than 5 megabytes to install, and you can install outdoor lighting on walls that you're not having to put down lamp posts and take up space on the ground and stuff. You can just kind of add little decorative touches to buildings that already exist, and that's awesome. I absolutely love it. And 22 different wall lights. You can change the range at which you install them, up and down in height, all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely love it. It is a very, very nice and welcome addition to the game. Yeah, definitely have that one installed as well.
Oh yeah, 100%. The next one is, I don't even know how you pronounce this.
Cytosanitary?
Something like that. By MA7 Studio, has a current rating of 4.9 stars by 63 people. The downloadable size is 18.26 megabytes to download. The price tag is $5,000. The monthly upkeep is $50.
So, as far as I'm aware, this is essentially just a silo. Am I wrong about that?
Correct. Yeah. So this can hold like your herbicide, your liquid fertilizer, and water.
So, it's a liquid silo, as best as I can tell. The best is what you're describing. Yeah, 19 megabytes is a bit high, but $5,000. That's not bad. So, no. It's one of those where, because of the very, very cheap price, I could overlook the higher megabyte size for the mod itself. Even though the mod itself, I mean, it does have some details, like the kind of oil stains on the ground, the kind of dirt and weathering on the side of the building, the little canopy with lights and all that stuff. All that stuff's great. And MA7 Studios, again, no other great modder, makes some really good stuff. Yeah, I can get on board with this. I can overlook the higher megabyte size for this mod.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I did. I haven't installed this on my map. Oh, now this is probably the one you were talking about earlier. The multi-fruit farm storage by Antics. Has a current rating of 4.8 stars by 92 people. The size download is 2.88 megabytes to download, and basic is $120,000. The ridiculous is $250,000.
So this one here is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I think that in concept, this is got pretty much everything that we need. It's got, liquid storage, grain storage. It's got bale storage. Like, it's got pretty much everything that you would need in order to store everything in one location. I love that. I personally love that. And I wish that there were more attempts at this, because it's just a nice thing to have things kind of all centrally located. This is the first one where I can think of where since FS19, I can't think of a single silo that has kind of taken all the various aspects that are available to it and jammed it all together, kind of thing.
Well, this one right here is so the regular, the basic, the silo can hold 2 million liters, and the bale and pallet storage can hold 144. Then the ridiculous one can hold up to 20 million liters, and for the bales and pallets, 800.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, it's at most $250,000, but you get so much in the ways of storage that, I mean, you're gonna have to go through a lot to be able to start filling this thing up. But again, it's got all the various different inputs that you would need for around any farm. Liquids,
Right.
solids, or I'm sorry, liquids, grains, bales, you're good to go.
Well, besides that too, it's only 2.88 megabytes to download.
And that's the biggest part about this. 2.88, less than 3 megabytes to download, and it's an entire building structure. Like, it's huge. It's not a small mod, and that's fantastic. That's honestly, like, I don't know how they got all this detail, this size of a model for less than 3 megabytes. I have no idea how they did it.
I don't know either. It's pretty impressive. Let's see here. Now the next one is the extended multi greenhouses by. Let's see. Oh, so it's the extended multi greenhouse pack. It is by Weekend Farmer Nightmare. The download size is 32.23 megabytes to download. So there's a whole lot, as you guys can see.
So this one, I was saying earlier how I like the greenhouses that kind of switch things up. 32.23 megabytes is a huge amount. And for the most part, as best as I can tell, with some small exceptions. Oh, no, wait. No, never mind. There are some differences between base game stuff and this mod here. It has like manure points and seed towers and water points and all this stuff. That's all great, but is all that worth 32 megabytes of space? I don't know. Now you can produce things like red beets. I see spinach. You can also produce potatoes and peas and parsnips. Like, it's not just bare bones basic greenhouse stuff. So is it going to be one of those that's worth installing for 32 megabytes? That's a really tough call. That's really, really tough. Because what's that?
I personally say no.
Yeah, it's going to be... That one, I think, is really down to the individual.
Right.
You know, do you not want to bother with the root crops, the carrots, the parsnips, and stuff like that, the potatoes, the sugar beets? Do you not want to bother with them and would rather them be produced for you? Well, then, if that's the case, here you go. Here you go. Right. I mean, at the end of the day, this will do it for you. You don't have to be bothered with dealing with root crops whatsoever. And then you also get the opportunity to get your chilies, your garlic, your lettuce, all the base game stuff that we expect this to be able to produce. Now, what I am curious about too is cycle times. Like, you know, I'm seeing these rice saplings. Yeah, no. So all I can see here is rice saplings at 48 cycles per month is not producing a whole lot. Now, there's two separate ones here, one manure and one solid fertilizer. At the end of the day, I don't see this really being worth it for me, but I could hear the argument and understand people who'd be like, nah, I would install that.
Well, I know Mr. Sealy P did a whole separate video because he had troubles installing this. But he stated that to him personally, it's not worth it because you'll get maybe an extra pallet or two compared to like the base game. So you're just better off just sticking with the base game. That point.
Yeah, which you might not be producing more than the base game stuff. The problem I see is that you're having to put in infinitely more in the inputs to not get extra output. That's a problem for me. But you can also cut out some of the root crop stuff like I mentioned earlier. So it's again, it's a toss up. It's going to be down to the individual. Me personally, I don't see it.
I don't either. Well, moving on from that one. So the next one is going to be the Welker Farm Shed Pack. This is by Mapper's Paradise. There's a current rating of 4.7 stars by 45 people. The downloadable size is 88.68 megabytes to download. It does have Shed 1, Shed 2, Shed 3, Shed 4, and a Quinston hut.
So, for those of us who are fans of Welker Farms, this is going to be a pleasant addition to their game. The problem is 90 megabytes to install. 90 megabytes, that's huge. And I just don't see this right now. What I'm desperately worried about is, did Mapper's Paradise create this as a separate entity and then is going to present us with Welker Farms, and then is this going to be a required mod for Welker's Farms?
No.
I'll be highly disappointed if that's the case, if this is not just a standalone. But that's all kind of speculation.
I can answer that question for you right now.
Let's hear it.
No, it's not going to be a required mod.
Perfect. So yeah, as long as it's built into the map, then this one, not for me. Way too high of a download size, but they're extremely highly detailed. They're awesome mods. Don't get me wrong. They look great. They go very well with the aesthetics that Welker's Farm has. As a standalone, not worth it in my opinion.
I grabbed it, but that's just because I use some of the buildings. So,
which, like I said, to each their own. It's one of those where the buildings themselves, I personally don't find appealing. I'm just not a fan of the blue.
Right.
But that's just me. That's just me. Nothing wrong with the mod. Nothing wrong with it whatsoever. It's a high megabyte size, but that's it.
I got you. No, it is very high, almost 90 megabytes. So the next one is Salvage Halls Package. This is by Razak. Has a current rating of 5 stars by 26 people. The download size is 41.36 megabytes. Then it comes with Hall 1, Hall 2, Hall 3, Hall 4, Hall 5, Shelter 1, Shelter 2, and that just has a whole bunch of like different variants of different things. So you can have sheds or bale storages.
So highly detailed. They look amazing. 41 megabytes to install. That by itself, I think, is disqualification enough. Similar to the Welker's Farm, being at 90 megabytes almost. There's nothing in this that would make me be like, I've got to have this mod for X reasons. There's nothing that just grabs me. They're great looking mods. They look amazing. But for 41 megabytes, I just don't see it.
Yeah, so like the bale storage is, so you have the small bale storage for bales and pallets, $25,000, $15 a day. Capacity is 250 bales. They have the large bale storage for all types of bales and pallets. Price tag is $15,000. So it's less than the small. It's $10 a day, not 15, and it holds 500. And then you have the Hall 1 and 2 variants from the roof with integrated bale storage. Price tag is $150,000. Maintenance fee is $25 a day. Capacity is 1,500 bales and pallets.
So, yeah, all that sounds great, especially the 1,500 bales. Like 150,000, that's pretty pricey for a bale storage, even at that large capacity. But again, it's just I can't justify the one or two nice bale storages for 41 megabytes worth of space.
Oh, I don't blame you. Not even 100%. I do not blame you. No, I didn't even install that. Now this next one I did right here, which is the pallet storage by VX Mapping, it has a 4.9 star rating by 75 people. It is 1.62 megabytes to download. Now this I do like because it comes with because of a bunch of different racks, comes with a beehive spawn point, like a heist point. Now the one I like is the third picture in. We can actually put bid bags up top, and you can bring like a bucket underneath, a wheelbarrow or something, and just have it empty right into it.
So this pack I absolutely adore. I love this. I've been saying the past couple of times because we got a couple of racks before that were manual loads. You could store tools and you could store pallets and stuff, but it was all done by yourself. This is the first one where we have auto load, to where we have the bale and pallet storage feature built into the racking system. Love that. I absolutely love it. And they look really good. They look really kind of old and run down kind of wood finishes to them. It just looks like it's something that's been established for a while. And having all the various different kind of, honey pallets, auto pallet storage, pallets and tools and all that kind of stuff. The big bag supports. Yeah, absolutely love it. And less than 2 megabytes to install. Everything's super, super cheap. I think the most expensive rack on this is $350. Whoop-de-doo. I mean, that's gonna break the bank right there. $350. Woo! Let's cool it down there, folks.
I mean, it's not bad either. I mean, you get 36 pallets, which isn't awful.
Well, no, and again, 36 pallets for $350. That's really, really good. And especially when you're using them for a specific purpose of seeds and fertilizers and stuff like that. You can have one rack for each one. And let's see, if you had, let's say, one for seeds, one for fertilizer, one for lime. I mean, those there, you're talking for less than $1,000, you have, 36 plus 36, that's 72, another 36. So you got over 100 storage slots with 3 racks.
Right.
That's not bad. Not bad at all.
No, not bad at all. I absolutely love it. I got it. Now the next one I know that this rang BDD all the way around. Anywhere Object Storage by AgriBusiness has a current rating of 4.9 stars by 75 people. Has a download size of 0.14 megabytes.
Yeah, absolutely love it. Super small file size, less than, not even a quarter of a megabyte to install. And yeah, you can pretty much add a bale and pallet storage into any location you want. Love it. Absolutely love it. There's not a whole lot to say about it because it's gold. Absolute gold.
Let's see here. I grabbed that too. I thought it was pretty neat. Next one is going to be Grain Hall. This is by 750 Ti Modding. Has a current rating of 4.6 stars by 9 people. The download size is 13.22 megabytes. The price is $50,000. Daily upkeep is $20 a day, and then Grand Hall without inside wall is $50,000. Daily upkeep is $20 a day. So basically, you have one version that has a wall, like a splitter, and then one doesn't.
Yeah, 14 megabytes to download. That's a bit pricey for me, but 50 grand to buy it, that's not that bad. It's gonna be good for your tractors and small bits of equipment, but again, it's one of those. Does it fit your aesthetics? And if it does,
Shed.
great. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's a shed for almost 14 megabytes. So, me personally, no. But again, I can certainly listen to the argument for those who are like, "Oh no, it's a great looking model," and it is. It looks really good. I like the looks of it. Just not one for me.
Right. Next one is going to be Barn SJ Pack. This is by Loiswell. Has a current rating of 4.9 stars by 14. The download size is 26.68 megabytes to download. The medium barn is $25,000, and the small barn is $17,500.
High download size, low price. So it's kind of a push for me, but not one I would go out of my way to install.
I mean, it looks fantastic, though.
It does. It looks very, very well. Very well put together, and yeah, definitely got it in the looks department. But again, 30 megabytes almost, it's just not worth it for me.
Right. I don't blame you. Moving on. Next one is the Old Warehouse. This is by 750 Ti Modding. Has a current rating of 4.9 stars by 10 people. The downloadable size is 16.48 megabytes. The price is $40,000.
So less than 17 megabytes, 40,000 to install. It's not bad. It looks good. Absolutely looks good. But again, 17 megs for shed. I don't know.
It's all
That Xbox space is precious, ain't it?
What's that?
That Xbox space is precious.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just precious. It's one of those where I know I've been kind of really harping on size and price. Those are the two things I really think of when I'm going to install something. It either needs to be a very revolutionary kind of mod in order for me to kind of ignore both of those factors, or it needs to be something that's going to be good value or good install size. And when it comes to a shed, there's not a shed that's so overwhelmingly like, I've got to have it, that's going to really kind of that's going to influence the file size for me.
Right.
So it could be the most highly decorated, the most beautiful looking, like the most realistic kind of shed. If it's over a certain file size, I'm not even going to be interested in looking at it because it's just a shed.
Right. Now, the next one is going to be the Agriculture Awning. This is by MA7 Studio. Has a current rating of 4.9 stars by 43. The download size is 16.97 megabytes. And the price tag is $29,000.
So, again, we're running into the whole file size for a shed. Now, 30 grand for this building is not that bad, but 17 megabytes, and it's an open air kind of storage shed. I'm not 100% sure where the 18 or 17 megs is coming from in this, but that's not to say that it isn't a lovely model. I see the kind of staining on the sides and on the model itself.
Right.
It looks great. It looks like a good mod. But again, 18
It's a
megabytes
shed.
for a shed, it's a shed. It's a shed.
Exactly. Next one is going to be Wooden Shed. This is by Namong Mod. It has a current rating of 4.5 stars by 12 people. The downloadable size is 7 megabytes. The price tag is $12,000.
So this one, I would consider getting, and here's why: 7 megabytes. That's an acceptable file size for me when it comes to a shed. 12,000 to purchase, not that big. Three different styles of sheds. One is a wood, one is a kind of concrete, and another is a brick. They look good. They look good, straightforward models. Nothing too fancy, but nothing too plain about them either. All in all, yeah, this would be something I would go for that file size, for that price. Why not?
Exactly. Let's see here. Next one's gonna be Wood Barn. This is by Maka. It has a rating of 4.9 out of 5 stars by 15 people. Has a downloadable size of 7.26 megabytes. The Wood Barn has a price tag of $2,500. Then the Wooden Barn with water barrel is $2,700, which that is awesome because you can get free water from that. And then the Wooden Barn for small machines and storage for your straw bales. Yeah. And then you can get free water. No one.
So take everything I said before, copy and paste it.
See, for me, A, the file size is fantastic.
Yep.
B, you can get free water.
Yep.
And 3, it looks fantastic.
Yep. That's why I said take everything I said before, copy and paste it, because this is a great mod. This would be one I would definitely consider installing and be happy with it.
Oh yeah, 100%. So your next one is going to be small pallet storage. This is by Hot Online Team. Has a current rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 24 people. Downloadable size is 0.72 megabytes. The price tag is basically $5,000.
So again, copy and paste. I love the file size, less than a megabyte, $5,000, and stores pallets. Win, win, win. Love it.
I just don't know how many it doesn't say.
Even if it was, some really small number, it's a small file size, it's a small price, I would be fine with it only holding like 30 like pallets or bales or something, because that's fine for that price.
No, I agree 100%. Plus, it looks good.
Exactly.
Next one is going to be Small Shed. This is by Canary 317. It has a 4.6 out of 5-star rating by 19 people. It has a downloadable size of 1.46 megabytes, and the price tag for the shed is $10,000.
Small file size, decent price. Yeah, this is fine. This is totally fine. I'd be happy with this.
And it looks good.
And it looks good, yeah.
Next one is going to be Wooden Shed. This is by Barton's V3. Has a rating of 4.5 out of 5 stars by 15 people. The downloadable size is 7.40 megabytes. The price tag is $8,600.
So, again, previous statements about the sheds, copy and paste. I think it's a good file size. I think it's a good price. It's highly, highly detailed. And, yeah.
Oh, this is the one where you can actually go to corner, like different areas, because they're marked out. And you can actually like say, okay, I want a wall up here, but I want this open. I want decoration over here.
Yeah, and Barton V3 is a great modder. Absolutely love their mods. So this is just another example of a good job well done.
Oh yeah, 100%. Especially with something like that too. You know? So your next one's gonna be a lizard container. This is by Michael Pakal. It has a rating of 5 out of 5 stars by 17 people. Downloadable size is 5.27 megabytes. The price tag is $30,500, and the capacity is 50,000 liters.
It's a silo, less than 6 megabytes to install, 30,000 to buy, 50,000 liters. I mean, it doesn't fit an aesthetic that I am personally into, so I personally wouldn't install this, but that's not to say that it doesn't work, it's not a good mod or anything like that, just not something that appeals to me.
Right. Exactly. Next one is going to be Fuel Tank 5,000 liter. This is by Polly Paul. Has a current rating of 4.4 out of 5 stars by 18 people. The downloadable size is 4.04 megabytes. The price tag is $15,000. The capacity is 5,000 liters.
Again, good file size, good price. Yeah, it's a fuel tank at the end of the day. Highly detailed. It's got the ladder. It's got the kind of bells and whistles, the nubbins that stick out from the top and the side. It's got the little fuel handle. Like, it's nice. It's a good little mod. Like it.
Oh, yeah. Next one's going to be Lizard Fuel Tank. This is by Mr. Hector. It has a rating of 4.9 out of 5 stars by 19 people. The downloadable size is 2.97 megabytes. The price tag is $20,000. The capacity is 35,000 liters.
Again, copy and paste previous statement. You know, file size great, price great, capacity great. Mr. Hector, awesome modder, absolutely love it. Yeah,
And this one's actually from Carpathian Countryside.
correct.
Oh.
Do you mind if we take a second for me to catch up with the chat?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, let me hide that away and bring up the chat. So looks like Rhonda Rowe says, how has your day been? Been fantastic. How has your day been? Hope you're having a good one so far. Benji says, good night to everyone. Good night, Benji. Hope you're having yourself a fantastic rest of your night. Take care, and we'll see you again next time. And call back up.
All right, next one is going to be Bunker Silo. This is this is my favorite modders. DMI 20 millimeter Normandy has a current rate of 4.9 out of 5 stars by 22 people. That has a download size of 4.16 megabytes. It's got all different price tags. Basically, like $32,000, $22,000, $2,000.
So, less than 5 megabytes to install. I like that. Prices, not that bad. $32,000 for the large. The largest one is 32 grand. So, all in all, good price, good file size, and they look good. So, as long as they're functional, yeah, I would install it.
See, the next one is going to be a Lizard Water Tower. This is by Mr. Hector. It's a rating of 4.9 out of 5 stars by 17 people. The downloadable size is 6.19 megabytes. The price tag is $50,000.
So another Carpathian Countryside, goodie for us here. Water tower, $50,000, a bit pricey for water, and 6.19 megabytes to download, a bit high on the download. You're mainly buying it for the aesthetics of the purchasing point, but personally, not one I would install.
Yeah, and I don't know if the water's free or not, because there's some you got to pay for it.
And I know that on Carpathian Countryside, where this one hails from, it wasn't free. So it's possible that, if it follows the kind of same logical train, that it's not going to be free for this mod.
I gotcha. Now this next one I absolutely love. Next one's going to be water pump with distribution. It is by T Saturn has a current rating of 4.5 out of 5 stars by 29 people. The current in the downloadable size is 2.29 megabytes, and the price tag is $3,000. This is awesome because it just basically requires electric charge, which just does by itself, and then it just distributes water.
So yeah, if you're looking for a water distribution, this is it. This is a really great one. 2.29 megabytes to install, super cheap. $3,000 to buy, super cheap. Electrical charge to water, again, not a big deal. 2,400 cycles per month, 30 liters of water per cycle. So you're getting a good amount of water for each monthly activity. At the end of the day, yeah, great mod.
Oh yeah. Next one is going to be hydrants with pumps. This is by Happy Mole. It's current rating at 4.9 out of 5 stars for 16 people. Has a downloadable size of 0.28 megabytes. Price tag is $500.
Great size, great price, love it.
And the pumping speed is 200 liters per second.
Yep. So good size, good price, good speed. Love it.
Moving on. Next one is going to be the modern house set. This is by Red Phoenix. Has a current rating of 4.6 out of 5 stars by 29 people. Current average in size is 152 megabytes to download.
So this is a hard no right off the bat.
468 different houses.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I like that it has the variety. 13 house types, 468 different houses. That's really cool. I like that. 152 megabytes to install. Hard no. Hard no.
Yeah. Yeah, I passed on that immediately as soon as I saw that. I was like, ooh.
And as best as I can tell, you can't go inside. So,
nope.
Yeah, 152 megabytes to install, and you cannot go inside these homes. Hard no. Not only hard no, I'm going to throw in a Michael from The Office no.
Serious. So
you haven't seen The Office, have you?
I have not. Bree has.
So, just to kind of give you a understanding of what I'm talking about. So Michael is played by, oh goodness, what's his name? He was in Bruce Almighty. He was the bad anchor in Bruce Almighty. Steve Carell.
Is that? Yeah.
And Steve Carell is the boss, like the big boss of this branch office. And all he wants is to be loved. That he just wants friends, he wants to be loved and admired and all this stuff. But he's the boss. So there's always this kind of clash between, him wanting to be loved and admired for who he is versus him being the boss. Nobody wants to love and admire him because he's the boss.
Right.
Well, Michael is one of the most oblivious kind of people in the universe. Very kind of out there kind of thing. Well, he always clashes with the person who's in charge of HR. The HR guy is always the professional no guy of the office. Like, always telling Michael, you can't do this, you can't do that, and always just killing Michael's vibes.
Right.
Well, Michael gets his wish, and the HR guy leaves. He ends up quitting the company, goes to Costa Rica or something like that. Well, then one day, Michael is, wandering around the office, and all of a sudden, the HR guy is back. Yeah. And he just realizes that he's back. And the HR guy says, "Hi, Michael." And a few seconds pause, and all of a sudden, Michael just starts screaming, "No! No, please, God, no! No!" Like screaming at the top of his...
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen that meme.
Yeah, that's the exact meme I'm talking about. But yeah, that's if I had it at the ready right now, I'd be playing it right now on screen because that's the exact thing I would be thinking about for this. But again, they look great. They look great. It looks like it's going to be appeasing to somebody. As a matter of fact, 29 people give it a 4.6. 152 megabytes though. I just can't get over that.
I can't either. Now the next one I like too. This is a rustic brick and metal fence. This is by Michael LS. Has a rating of 4.7 out of 5 stars by 25 people. Has a downloadable size of 2.44 megabytes. Price is $250. It has like gates. You got 5 meter and 7 meter.
So 2.5 megabytes to install, $250 for the prices. Yeah, it's good. That's pretty much all I can say. It's good. It's a fence.
Yep. Next one is going to be the John Deere dealer sign. This is made by Hungry Cow Design. Has a rating of 4.9 out of 5 stars by 32 people. The downloadable size is 1.33 megabytes. The price tag is $1,000.
Meh. It's John Deere.
Hey.
I had to throw that out there because I knew that would... No, it's decoration. It's $1,000. It's less than 2 megabytes to install. It's great. It's a nice little mod if you want to kind of turn something into a John Deere dealership. There you go.
Oh yeah. So next one. This next one's gonna be an update. So I guess I got the Fendt 700 Vario Gen 6. This is by LS Agra Ole. Has a current rating of 4.6 out of 5 stars by 676 people. The downloadable size is 29.01 megabytes. The changelog is changelog 1.1.0.0. Front axle suspension adjusted. Exterior material adjusted, and additional color options added. Fixed an issue where parts of the rear hydraulic shifted. Added new sounds. Added configuration lines: Power, Power Plus, Profi, and Profi Plus.
I like Fendt. I like the Fendt 700. It's a good model. And 162,000 base price. Yeah, not bad. File size is the most concerning part about this. 30 megabytes to install. I don't know if it's worth it for me. Actually, you know what? I know it's not worth it. For 30 megs, just, yeah, not worth it.
I don't blame you. I mean, I don't really use Fendt, but I don't blame you there. Next one is gonna be the JCB Fast Track 4000 Icon by Ross and Mods. Has a current rating of 4.7 out of 5 stars with 1,449 people. Has a downloadable size of 34.04 megabytes, and the changelog. So the first changelog off of it was fixed mirror reflections, fixed passenger camera, and then changelog 1.0.0/2. Fixed indicator rotation, added GPS sounds, adjusted front attacher, changed wheel and fender alignments, adjusted wheel sizes, added missing bolts, added third grille color option, and fixed horn rotation.
So, almost 35 megabytes to install. Same issue as the previous one. Way too high of an install size for me to justify getting this. But in game, I don't like JCBs. I don't like them in game. In real life, whatever. I'm kind of indifferent towards them. But I don't like them in game, and here's why. It always seems like they have the really nice driving speed. Typically, you can get them up to like 40 miles an hour if you have a road long enough, straight enough, and flat enough to do it.
Right.
It just doesn't seem like they have the power necessary to get up to speed. And that's been always been my issue with the JCBs here in game, is that you have to take so long to get up to speed that you almost never can get up to speed. And if you're towing anything, if you're towing like a trailer full of product, forget about it. You're never getting up to speed unless you got a big downhill, and then it's going to be, you know, short-term gains for a long-term loss.
Right. Oh, I agree with that. I mean, I have it installed, but I'm only using it on my Constant series. Okay, so, next one's gonna be the liftable pallets and bales by Yoss. Has a current rating of 4.4 out of 5 stars with 2,136 people. The download size is 0.47 megabytes, and the changelog is 1.0.0.1. Updated balers to match changes made in game version 1.4.0.0. Added buyable round bales for grass, silage, hay, straw in sizes 125, 150, 180 centimeters. Added buyable square bales for grass, silage, hay, straw in sizes 180, 220, and 240 centimeters.
I love this. I absolutely love this. Less than a megabyte to install, and we have liftable stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, as a content creator making Let's Play series and stuff like that, this is an absolute game changer for somebody like me, because, and I ran across this issue here recently. I've been recording in the background the latest installment on the Let's Play series there on Riverbend Springs. The problem is that for some reason my file didn't update properly, or it didn't update at all, and it deleted all my products from my map. This is all kind of behind the scenes kind of stuff.
Oh.
Well, because it did that, everything it spawned thereafter had full weight to it. So I had to manually load everything using, you know, skid steers and all that stuff. But the problem that I had was specifically because everything has weight now, it takes significantly longer and is more treacherous, because I was so used to driving with no weight in these that I'm going around corners and then rolling over the tractor and trailer, completely forgetting about this. So it was something I grew used to, and just had this issue here recently. But at the end of the day, I absolutely love it, because it makes it so much quicker and easier in the background to get the jobs done and get things that I want to get done fast, get them done fast.
Right. I mean, I personally don't use this, but I have it installed, but I personally just don't use it unless I absolutely need to. Next one is going to be the Grape Silo by Chenben. It has a current rating of 4.6 out of 5 stars by 33 people. It is downloadable size is 12.30 megabytes. That's a Grape Silo.
Yeah, it's a Grape Silo. That's it. I mean, the file size is a bit high for me, but it does look highly detailed. It looks good. 60,000 is a bit expensive, but it's Grape Silo. Unless we have like a multi-fruit silo that will take grapes, then this is the realistic alternative to that. And yeah, but because it's grapes, meh.
Yep. Next one's going to be Heavy Duty Rack Element. This is by ELD. Has a current rating of 4.9 out of 5 stars by 51 people. It has a download size of 1.54 megabytes. And the price tag is $1,200.
So this is the predecessor to the one I was talking about earlier, where it was basically all manual storage. It's good, don't get me wrong. Now we have the auto load. I kind of turn my nose up to this one. But
Yeah.
nothing to do with the mod, nothing to do with that at all. It's a good mod, good looking model, just it no longer serves my point or purpose.
Right. Let's see here. Next one's going to be Village Shop. This is by LSMT by Fall Posts. It has a current rating of 4.6 out of 5 stars by 39 people. The download size is 16.43 megabytes. The price tag is $45,000 for a cell point.
Yeah, 17 megabytes and $45,000 for a cell point. Unfortunately, not worth it for me.
I agree. Next one is going to be small heating plant. This is by Red Phoenix. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 38 people. The download size is 4.54 megabytes. The price tag is $48,000. Capacity is 5,000 liters. Cycles per month is 12.
So, this one here, I love in theory. It's so small, though, that I can't get on board with it. You basically fill this up once, and it runs for the month, and you got to refill it every month. Every month. So this is something that you got to constantly babysit and make sure that it's staying full. It also doesn't produce a lot of output. So you're not getting a whole lot out of it. I think if I did the calculations correctly, the wood chips, I think, might fetch you a bit more as wood chips than converting them into electricity using this production building.
Right.
So it's just one of those for 48,000, not getting a lot of storage, not getting a lot of like anything out of it. It's not worth it for me. Now, again, in theory, I love this. If there was a bigger capacity, that'd be awesome. If it produced more product, like more quote-unquote output, that'd be even better. And the file size is fantastic, full sentence stop. So it just barely missed the target for me.
Right. Let's see. Next one's going to be Forest Barrier by Sinek. It has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 37 people. Download size is 0.76 megabytes, and price of the barrier is $750.
Decoration, you can, looks like you can open it, looks like you can, kind of utilize it as a gate. But decoration, small file size, small price, it's good.
Yep. Let's see. Next one is going to be Bell Wrap Add-on by DD My Passion. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 71 people. The download size is 0.88 megabytes.
So this one, I honestly didn't understand. I don't understand what this is supposed to do.
So basically what this does is all it does is it just adds more colors.
So
that's literally about it.
So I noticed the colors. I got that. The only thing I really kind of took as like a real big notice is that under the purchasing areas, it creates all the different kind of wrappers and all that kind of stuff as separate entities. But it basically, if I remember correctly, and I could be misremembering because this was a little while ago, is that when you bought something, it didn't give you the option to buy it with twine or with wrapping already. It basically made it to where you had to buy it separately, and then it gave you different types of wrap that you could put in and different colors.
Oh.
So if that's the case, even though it's less than a megabyte, I mean, it's not something for me.
Right. Same here. I mean, I was kind of intrigued, but I was like, yeah, we already had a basically base game, just add something. But.
Yep.
Next one would be Bale Twine Add-on by DD My Passion. Has current rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 66 people. It has a download size of 19.24 megabytes.
So again, same exact thing as I said before as this one, except this one has a bigger file size. Almost 20 megabytes. It basically adds the same balers as you have base game, but it sells them to you with no option to have bought the twine with it.
Right.
So again, for the file size, certainly not worth it, and for the mod
Correct.
itself, just doesn't pull me in enough to where I'd be like, okay, I've got to get this.
Correct. See here. Well, the next one is the BailNet add-on by DD Mod Passion, which is a current rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 74 people. It has a downloadable size of 29.91 megabytes.
Copy and paste.
See here. Next one's gonna be the Polish Barn. This is by PT Rolnik. Has an average rating of 5 out of 5 stars by 16 people. The downloadable size is 5.67 megabytes. The price tag is $80,000.
Decent file size. Price is a little high at 80,000 for the building structure that you're getting. Personally, not worth it for me because of the price.
Looks really good though.
Oh no, it looks fantastic. It's a beautiful mod, but the price priced itself out
Like.
for me.
Oh no, I'm with you 100%. See, the next one's gonna be Bulk Material Bunker. This is by HR Force and Forzobau. Has a current average rating of 4.7 out of 5 stars by 37 people. Has a downloadable size of 0.87 megabytes. The price tag is $12,000.
So I'm kind of a mixed bag on this one. File size is great. Price is great. This is essentially a dumping point for your bulk materials. This is essentially what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
All that being said, fine. Good size, good price, fine for what it is. It reminds me of Legos.
Insane.
And because of that, it's just not something that I would personally have on my save because, like I said, I would feel like I'd be ripped out of the immersion every time I look at it and be like, oh, it just looks like giant Legos.
Right. No, I personally didn't install it. I had no use for it. Let's see here. Next one's gonna be the additional decorations package. This is by Peisel. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 74 people. The downloadable size is 45 megabytes. The price is $17. 57 objects.
So, good price, bad file size. Now, I like this mod specifically because it adds tons of decoration to the game. The problem is 50 megabytes to install for decoration is a bit of a bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah, I have it installed. I know. Let's see. Oh yeah, got this one right here. Portable Sleep Trigger by Schultz Modding. Has a current average rating of 4.7 of 5 stars with 44 people rated it. Current average, the download size is 0.55 megabytes, and it's $50. The only problem is you can't pick it up by hand. You gotta move it with like the vehicle.
So that's an issue. I don't like that because you could pick it up previously if I remember right.
Yeah.
It might be a game limitation to where the game won't recognize it or whatever, which is fine if that's the case. It's not the end of the world. It's still kind of in the nature and the spirit of, the liftable sleep trigger kind of thing. At the end of the day, love this mod. $50 for a sleep and wardrobe trigger, less than a megabyte to install. What's not to like?
Exactly. Next one's going to be the water pump pack. This is by Grubby. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 36 people. Download size is 0.58 megabytes. They're off of 500, 500, 500, 200.
Yeah, so good download size, great prices, and if it does free water, then yeah, love it.
Those do free water, I believe.
And there we go, love it.
Next one's gonna be very old timber frame barn by Model Schweer. I think I pronounce it. Has a current average rating of 4.9 out of 5 stars by 16 people. Download size 18.48 megabytes. Price is $45,420.
So near 19 megabyte install, 45,000, so decent price. It's a nice looking model, but really small for what you're getting out of it. So for me, not so much.
I agree 100%. Let's see here. Next one's gonna be a wooden open barn. This is by Patty. Has a current rating of 4.9 out of 5 stars by 29 people. The download size is 4.42 megabytes, and the price tag is $10,000.
So 4.42 megabytes to install, 10,000 to buy. Yeah, it's good. Good price, good size.
Looks good.
Yeah, looks good. Bunch of different colors that you can use to customize it to fit the aesthetics of your location. Yeah, it's good.
But the one thing is, it's a shed.
Yeah, it's a shed.
Next one's gonna be shed package. This is by Mr. Gucha. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 12 people. The download size is 17.44 megabytes. And the price tag is $10,000 with floor or $8,000 normal.
Yeah, so 18 megabytes and cheap. Not worth it for me. Just the megabyte size alone for what you're getting is just way too high for me.
No, I'm with you 100% there. And I have no purpose for those anyways. The next one's going to be Water Tower Old by E.R. Shaba. Has a current average rating of 4.7 out of 5 stars by 23 people. The download size is 0.32 megabytes. The price tag is $250. And it's free water.
Small file size, small price, free water. Love it. And it looks great.
Oh, yeah. Next one's going to be the workshop table. This is by NicoDo55. Has a current average rating out of 4.9 out of 5 stars by 69. Nice people. The downloadable size is 1.06 megabytes. Price tag is $1,000.
So, little over a megabyte to purchase or to download, $1,000 to install. I like it. I like it a lot. It's very highly detailed. It's got a bunch of kind of little parts and all this kind of stuff that are just kind of there to add a little bit of detail and immersion, but it's not so much that it makes the file size absurd. But at the end of the day, it's a repair trigger, workshop trigger kind of thing. So it's nice. I would install it. Yeah, just a nice little welcome addition.
And that one can only customize or repair.
Yep.
No sell or repaint. Next one is going to be package of small items. This is by Bar T. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 41 people. The download size is 29.77 megabytes, and it's all different prices.
So 30 megabytes to install, and the individual objects, you know, $1,000 here, $1,500 there, $1,200 there, $2,000, like high install size and a high price for what you're getting. So at the end of the day, not for me.
But it could be for one of you guys out there.
Absolutely. And again, it's got really good details, real good decorations.
It
It
also has
looks like there's water
points.
points here. So yeah, it's one of those that it's nice. They look good, but just not for me.
And it also comes with dog houses too.
Yep.
Let's see here. Next one is going to be the Wood Trestle by Andy Modding. Has a current average rating of 4.9 out of 5 stars by 16 people. Has a downloadable size of 0.62 megabytes. And it costs $50.
So a bit of decoration for the constructible areas that we now have access to in game. It's cheap price, small install, but it's decorations. So this would be one I'd consider, but it's a very niche kind of consideration.
Right. I mean, I like my decoration packs, but I didn't even get that. So your next one's gonna be Medium Garage. This is by Tom Sky. Has a current average rating of 5 out of 5 stars by 21 people. The download size is 12.88 megabytes, and the price tag is $10,000.
So super cheap to buy. The download is almost 13 megabytes, so it's a bit high, but lots and lots and lots of detail. So
Oh, yeah.
I can see where that 13 megabytes is coming from. I wouldn't install it personally, but I could not blame anybody if they did.
Right. I mean, it looks fantastic, but oh, here we go. And this is BG's one of his favorite mods. So your
Mhm.
pack of ballers with windrowers by Hispano. Has a current average rating of 4.7 out of 5 stars with 170 people who rated it. The download size is 171.95 megabytes.
Okay, so this is one of those mods that breaks my rules. So almost 200 megabytes to install. That's map territory for this mod. But it's on my console right now. Right now, it's on there. The reason being is that this is one of those that just overwhelms the download size for me. So having the ability to have a windrower built into your baler is an absolute game changer. I absolutely love that. And we see all the kind of bells and whistles from basically each and every one of the base game balers, square balers, being utilized in this, including the baby baler. The Massey Ferguson baby baler is in this, all the way up to the crone baler with the collector at the end. So, yeah, absolutely love this. And 200 megabytes, make it go burr.
And I actually look it up. These are actually real in real life.
Correct.
They're extra real. Here, the next one's gonna be homemade pallet forks. This is by Rallo. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 19 people. Downloadable size is 0.64 megabytes. And the price tag is $350.
So, super, super cheap, super small. Love it. Absolutely love it. And it's a 3-point pallet fork. So it's a different way to kind of carry around your items around your farm. Just gives you like a new set of options. So yeah, really like it. And all things considered, you don't have to invest into a front loader or a telehandler or a skid steer or anything like that. For $350, you can get this right away and not have to worry about how you're going to lug your items around your farm.
Yeah. That's not bad. I mean, if you like using stuff in your like the front 3-point or rear 3-point in your tractor, it's perfect. Next one's going to be Diesel Barrel. This is by Peisel. That's a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 44 people. The downloadable size is 2.45 megabytes, and the price tag is $280, and the capacity is 200 liters.
So 2.5 megabytes is very large for some diesel barrels. $280, 200 liters. It's a bit expensive for diesel. Now, does that kind of comport to the pricing scale that we have available on like purchasing it from a gas station? More than likely. If it does, then okay, fine. The price is what it is. Not a big deal.
Right.
But 3 megabytes for 4 separate barrels, I did download it. I did install it. My issue with it is the file size is high. I would have preferred there being maybe one barrel with selectable colors kind of thing to kind of limit the size of the file itself. And the reason I installed it is because, one, it's easy to, if you run out of gas, you can just load it up and go and carry it with you to the job site to fill up. Yeah, it just works. It just works, and it's a good kind of alternative to, or a good emergency solution if you need it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Now, the next one I liked. The next one's going to be the Lizard Dragon Trailer Kit by GTX. Has a current average rating of 4.7 out of 5 stars with 131 people. Rated it. The download size is 1.95 megabytes. And the price for the trailer starting out is $5,800. Capacity is 7,600. So that's the top. And the bare minimum is 3,500. The extension is 7,600. And you also got a bale trailer.
So 2 megabytes, $5,800. Capacity is 7,600. So it meets my trailer capacity. $1,000 per $1,000 per 1,000 liters. That's met handily. It's I love it. I absolutely love it. And you can make it into either a standard at 3,500 liters, extension 7,600 liters, or a bale trailer. Goes perfect on the back of a tractor or on the back of the Lizard Dragon. Works great. Looks great. Happy with it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Love it. The next one is going to be the Roush Axis H30.2. Is by Creative Mesh. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 78 people. Has a downloadable size of 16.64 megabytes. The price tag is $33,800. The capacity is 3,200 liters. The working width is 42 meters. And this does fertilizer only.
So, reverting back to what I was saying earlier, because it only does fertilizer, it's one of those that it kind of misses the boat for me. But it's one of those, it does look good. It's got like the good aesthetics to it. Got the good working width, 33,800. Let's see what that compares to our base game one. There we go. Fertilizer spreader. This one here. So same exact capacity, same working width. The Amazon base game is cheaper by almost 10 grand. It's like 25,000 versus 33,800. So what is that? $8,800. So unless you're a big Roush fan, Roush. Unless you're a big fan, then I just say go with the Amazon
or the Canerv one.
Yeah.
The next one's gonna be the Fendt 700 Vario series. This is by Hans. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 180 people. The current average, wow, the download size is 88.86 megabytes to download.
So hard no. Almost 100 megabytes for a set of tractors. Not worth it for me. It's one of those that, again, I do like Fendt. It's not like I don't care for them or anything like that. It's just the file size is just not worth it for just a set of tractors.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Fendt, but hey, you know what? Someone out there is absolutely loving this mod, well, as you could tell.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, we already have the 700 Vario in game. So it's just one of those that, depending on what this brings to the table is going to be one of those that will determine whether or not you want to install it. But what I mean by what it brings to the table, what extra bits does it bring to the table? And I mean, based on, just the description, there's nothing in it that's really kind of making me like, oh yeah, I want to install this. I want to, have access to it.
Right. No, I get that. Let's see here. Next one is going to be the Romanco U436 3M pack by JMZ. Has a current rating of 5 out of 5 stars by 45 people. The downloadable size is 26.48 megabytes. And, well, as you can go figure, they're all 3-meter implements.
Yeah, so cultivators at just shy of 30 megabytes. I'm just not feeling it. It's one of those that, you got 10,500 for a 3-meter cultivator. I mean, let's make sure we do our math here.
So they look fantastic, though.
They look good, and they are cheaper than the base game of similar size. So the U436 standard, 10,500 compared to the 16,000 base. So there you go. If you want and actually there's 2 versions that are cheaper, 3 versions. Yeah, all 3 versions are cheaper than base game. So maybe based on price, you might want this, and the looks, they do look good, but almost 30 megabytes, not worth it for me.
Right, 100%. Next one is going to be the Raba EG3/9 by Presmec 23433. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 13 people. It has a download size of 3 megabytes. The price is $12,000. Required horsepower is 90. Working speed is 15 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, so again, we got another cultivator. This one doesn't say the working width. No, it doesn't. It looks like about 3 meters and $12,000. So it's cheaper than, if it's 3 meters, it's cheaper than the other one. But again, just not, well, I mean, 3 meter size, or file size, not bad. So yeah, I think this one would be fine. This one I would install. I haven't, but I would.
Right. I didn't install it. I did a hard pass. The next one is going to be the Romanco U652 by JMZ. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 30 people. Download size is 8.88 megabytes. And the price tag is $9,560. Max working speed is 18 kilometers per hour. The power requirement is 110 horsepower, and the working width is 3 meters.
So this is the Discaro, where it's 9 megabytes to install and $9,500 to buy. Base game one we have is $9,000, so you're spending more and you're installing it, creating a higher download. Now, unless you're a Romanco fan, yeah, this is just not one that would appeal to me. And
right.
Yeah.
Well, I agree 100%. Let's see here. Oh yeah. The next one is going to be the Gornek Grinder 600. This is by Polycount. Has a current average rating of 4.7 out of 5 stars by 29 people. Downloadable size is 7.07 megabytes. Price tag is $20,000. Has a required horsepower range between 140 and 180 horsepower. The working speed is 14 kilometers per hour. Working width is 6 meters.
So this is a great one, and I'm going to explain why. This is a cultivator. It's under the cultivator section. The megabyte download size, 7.07 megs, small file. A comparable size cultivator that we have base game is the Poniger Terra 6040. $54,000 for the Poniger. This is $20,000, so it's half the price for the same working width. The Poniger horsepower required 300 horsepower. This one 140 to 180. Right there, half the horsepower, half the price, more than half the price. It's a good one. This is a good one. I like this one a lot.
Let's see, right? The next one is going to be the Grimmy Rexar 6300. This is by Giant Software. Current average rating is 4.7 out of 5 stars by 92 people. The download size is 65.84 megabytes. The price tag is $739,500. Power is 653 horsepower. Max speed is 40 kilometers per hour, and the capacity is 45,000 liters.
So take everything I said about Giants mods from earlier, apply it to this. High megabyte downloads and an absolutely massive bill for this, over $700,000 for this. I would never install this because of that. Because of the amount it costs to purchase this, the amount of size that it takes up, just disqualifies it right away.
And if anyone was wondering, yes, it is a beet harvester. So you find that on beet technology. Next one is, well, one of my personal favorites is the Kloss Axion 870-800 by Giant Software. Has a current average rating of 4.6 out of 5 stars by 179 people. The download size is 28.59 megabytes.
So copy and paste is exactly what I said before. The file size almost 30 megabytes. That's huge for a tractor, and it's don't get me wrong. I'm pointing out the file size, but they are gorgeous mods. Giants makes beautiful mods, but you pay the price in the file size.
Yeah. So I was very excited when that one came out. The next one is going to be the Massey Ferguson Series 8S. This is by Giant Software. It has an overall rating of 4.7 out of 5 stars with 182 people rated it. The downloadable size is 33.02 megabytes.
So copy paste.
I was very happy when this came out too, honestly. That's another one I got.
And again, they're gorgeous mods. The Kloss, the Massey, and the Landini, and the Grimmy are all beautiful mods by Giants. But their size, just for me personally, disqualifies them because it takes up way too much space.
I get that. That's understandable. You know, I mean, they are very high. Well, next one you got the Landini Series 7 Robo 6 by Giant Software. Has a current average rating of 4.6 out of 5 stars with 123 people rated it. Download size 11.82 megabytes.
Now this one, I take back the copy and paste for this one. 11.82 megabytes is a good acceptable size for a tractor, in my opinion. This is a medium-sized tractor, up to 225 horsepower. Landini, I mean, not a brand that I personally care for, but all things considered, it's a good model, and it's a Giants model. If those previous tractors were around this file size, then I would completely say the same thing for those models as well. But this one, I think, ought to be the gold standard.
Right. No, I agree with that. Now, this next one I was very excited for. You got the Horse Transformer 12 VF by Giant Software. Have a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 83 people. Download size is 12.74 megabytes. The price tag is $95,000. Required horsepower is 250. The working width is 12 meters. The working speed is 12 kilometers per hour, and it is a weeder. It's actually a hoe.
So this is coming up under the weeder section on the Mod Hub. Mm-hmm. We have a weeder at 12.4 meter working width, so it's roughly the same ballpark. $36,000, the Pottinger. This is $95,000. It's ridiculous, the price difference. That by itself is not worth it for me. I can get one base game for bigger, working with 0.4 meters bigger, and more than about a third of the price.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the best thing about farm sim is it's like everyone has their own opinion on everything.
Yep.
See, the next one is going to be the Vaderstedt Rapid A800S by Giant Software. Has a current rating of 4.6 out of 5 stars, 122 people. The download size is 27.82 megabytes. The price tag is $159,500. Required horsepower is 240. Working width is 8 meters. Working speed is 18 km per hour. And the capacity is 3,100 liters.
So this one is going to be kind of a push for me. So what do I mean by that? Base game, we have the Kokerling Ultima 800. It's an 8-meter working width. It does just seeds. This one, I think, does just seeds as well. The Kokerling has 4,000 liter capacity. This one has 3,100. The download size on this one is almost 30 megabytes. That's really, really large. But here's the trade-off, and this is why I kind of call it a push. The Kokerling is $181,000. This one, $159,500. So you're saving quite a bit of money off of this one to get the same working width, to get the kind of similar capacities and all that stuff. You're basically out 900 liters of capacity. The horsepower requirements for the Kokerling is 275. This is 240. I mean, again, it's kind of a push. The savings, is the savings enough to justify the download? I don't know. This one's a push, and I don't know.
I mean, then that's all up to you, Let's see here. The next one is going to be the Class Roland 455 Uniwrap. This is by Giant Software. Has a current rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 78 people. The download size is 13.61 megabytes. The price tag is $112,500. Required horsepower is 145. Working speed is 17 kilometers per hour. The bale dimension is only 125 centimeters.
So this is a almost 1-to-1 comparison to the John Deere C441R, the base game one that we have. Same exact price. The John Deere requires 35 less horses at 110 horsepower. Same bale dimensions, same wrapping dimensions. At the end of the day, is it worth the download? No, probably not.
I mean, I installed it. I was super happy when that came out. But yeah, I love Class.
Well, and it also makes a difference because you're on PC as well. So you're able to only be limited by the file size or the size of your hard drive.
Yep. So, okay, here we go. Very first map. Well, the next map. So we have Frankenmuth Farming Map by Taylor Farms. Has a current rating of 3.9 out of 5 stars by 910 people. The download size is 316.10 megabytes.
So I'm not a huge fan of this map. Although I know there's tons of people out there that love it. And no disrespect when I say the following whatsoever. The reason I don't care for this map is it just doesn't ring true to me. What do I mean by that? I lived in this area.
You're still streaming?
I lived in this area. And because I lived in this area, I visited this area frequently. And it just there's so many different things about this map that just doesn't really hit true for me. If this was called Michigan map, great. I would love it. It would be a great map, in my opinion. But because I'm trying to associate it to Frankenmuth, I struggle with it. And it's a personal hang-up. There's nothing wrong with the map whatsoever. There's nothing wrong with how it's laid out. It works. It's a map. It's a great beginner's map, too. You look at the map itself, like the way that it's actually laid out, big square fields, pretty stereotypical kind of USA-style map. Yeah, it'd be great for like showing a friend, what Farming Simulator is all about, kind of thing. But
I'm using the map right now.
See, there you go. But like I said, because I'm from Michigan, I'm from this area, I visited this area often, it's just not anything that I'm familiar with seeing. So
Right.
that's always been my hang up with this map. But
I mean,
that's
overall, I mean, I do I think it is as good as like Stone Valley or Alma, Missouri? No. But is it a great map if you just want to get out and have some fun? Yeah.
oh yeah. No, exactly. It's a great map to go around, romp around and do your thing. Don't
Yeah.
don't get me twisted. It's one of those that the only reason I take issue with it is the name. That's
Yeah.
it. Full sentence stop.
I gotcha.
About the only other negative thing I could say about this map that doesn't make a lot of sense is I've got it here on the screen, these sugar beet pilers. Now these are viable production points. You can buy them, I believe it was like $10,000 or $15,000. There's the only point of these pilers is for the kind of realistic, uh, the realism angle. So
Right.
what these do is essentially they're shakers. They get all the excess dirt and junk off of sugar beets, and you're left with the sugar beets themselves and what they're calling tar dirt. And you can take that excess dirt and go throw it back in your fields, and it basically puts back the dirt that was taken out with the sugar beets. There's no point other than realism to do these factories.
Right.
You can't sell the dirt. You don't get anything different out of the sugar beets. It just produces the dirt. So it's one of those that if you're into realism, then this is perfect. This is right up your alley. But
Right.
somebody like myself, I like realism, but not to this extent.
Right. No, I get that. I get that 100%. Right. All right. So ready to move on from that one?
Yep.
All right. So next one is gonna be the Romaco disc harrow for the front linkage. This is it's a mouthful. It's by JMZ. It's a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 33 people, and the download size is 6.50 megabytes. The price tag is $6,500. Max working speed is 15 kilometers per hour. The power requirement is 105 km. I don't know what that is in horsepower. Then the working width is 3 meters.
So 6.5 megabytes, good file size. It's cheaper than the in-game comparable. Yeah, this is a good one. I'd be fine with this one.
The next one is the Romaco Pro Cut. This is by JMZ. It has a current rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 30 people. Has a download size of 6.44 megabytes. The price tag is $6,920. Max working speed is 20 kilometers per hour. Power requirement is 100 km. And the working width is 3 meters.
So again, file size is good. The comparables, it is cheaper than the comparable base game. 11,000 versus 6,920. So yeah, all in all, this is another good one to install because of those requirements.
And to let everyone know, that is a mulcher.
Correct.
So the last one that we looked at was a disc harrow. So next one is going to be the Romaco front roller twin disc. This is also by JMZ. Has a current average rating of 4.7 out of 5 stars by 31 people. Download size is 7.23 megabytes. The price tag is $4,650. The max working speed is 15 kilometers per hour. The power requirement is 80 km. The working width is 3 meters. And this is a roller, actually.
Yeah, so this one looks like a disc harrow, but it's listed as a roller. Looking at the roller category, this would be an absolute smash of a mod to install. It's got a good file size, less than 8 megabytes. Price $4,650. The next comparable, there is no comparable.
No.
The smallest size we have base game is 12.3 meters at 46,500. So this is a great introductory kind of set of equipment to utilize.
Right. I mean, I personally, I mean, I don't really use that many 3-meter implements, but that'd be like great for like, you know, for like an Oxygen David map.
Well, so what I'm referring to specifically is that kind of, I'm just starting this map for the first time. I'm starting with a limited amount of funds, you know, like the 100K kind of thing. I don't want to go out and borrow a whole bunch of money to get all the equipment that I want to get. I want to really slog and work my way through it. So therefore, you know, how am I going to nickel and dime my way through this to start building up my empire? And so far, all three of these Ramaco bits of equipment are absolute beauties, because they are yes, smaller than the kind of base game stuff, or they are comparable to the base game stuff, and they're cheaper, significantly cheaper per their working width kind of thing. So
They also look phenomenal.
Yeah, oh yeah, and they're very highly detailed, very good mods. So yeah, James E did a very good job and bringing them into the game. If you're that kind of style player where you're kind of slogging through the beginning of a new map, this will be a good one for you.
Oh yeah, well, 100%. Let's move on to the next one. Is going to be the Mammoth Silo Compaction Pack. This is by Agri Design Austria. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 46 people. The downloadable size is 10.31 megabytes.
So less than 11 megabytes. You got 20 grand for both sets of equipment. Yeah, no, they look good. They look like they function very well for a silo compaction. Yeah, I think that this would be another good one to invest in.
Yep.
Now, 10 megabytes is a little bit high, but I could see that if you're big into silage, that this would be one to kind of work towards.
Oh yeah, 100%. So the next one would be the Husqvarna FE 501. This is by Sluches Modding. Has a current average rating of 4.7 out of 5 stars by 185 people. The downloadable size is 11.55 megabytes.
So 12 megs for a motorcycle is a bit pricey for me. Now, less than 11 grand for buy-in price, that's a good price. So it's one of those, you know, do you like to run around on a motorcycle or just kind of play around or whatever, then this might be for you. For me personally, not so much, just because like I don't see like an actual practical use in my particular play style.
Right. No, I'm there 100% with you. I mean, I don't even use the base game once, so. So the next one's gonna be the Lizard Low Bed Trailer. This is by WolfX Modding, aka Whiteboard Modding. Has a current average rating of. Whoa! Don't want that.
Whoa.
No, I hit the wrong button on accident.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, okay, so let's click on this. It has a download size of 3.90 megabytes. And the price of the trailer is $17,500.
So yeah, it's a nice little trailer, relatively small-ish. Can be used as like a wood trailer, transport trailer for your pallets, for small vehicles. It's nice. I like this one for less than 4 megabytes and for less than 20 grand. It's a good one.
Oh yeah. So the next one is gonna be the Strotman Terra Vadiz CFS 5201DO. This is by Jeef25. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 46 people. Current average download size is 5.94 megabytes. Then the the price is $160,000. Required power is 240 horsepower. Working speed is 17 kilometers per hour. The capacity is 50,000 liters.
So for this one here, I think that this one is actually a pretty decent one. For less than 6 megabytes, the file size is good. The closest comparable that we have is the Bergman Shuttle 490S. It has a capacity of 49,500. This has 50,000, so this one's bigger. The price of the Bergman is 165,000. This is 160, so this one's cheaper. So bigger, cheaper, file size isn't that high. So yeah, all in all, good.
Oh yeah, I don't really use loading wagons, but I mean, someone out there is, definitely loves Stratman.
Oh, and the horsepower requirements. The Bergman requires 300. This one's 240. So
Yeah.
it's cheaper, less horsepower, bigger capacity.
Oh yeah. Next one is that's so the next one is going to be the Stara Tornado 600 MD. This is by Farm Central Seoul. Has a current average rating of 4.7 out of 5 stars by 42 people. The downloadable size is 2.58 megabytes. The working width is 18 meters. Price tag is $3,500. Capacity is 650 liters.
So there's not really good comparable other than the Selec RZK 300H. Size, it's fine. Less than 3 megabytes, that's great. Working width is 18 meters for the Stara. The base game comparable is 14 meters, so we've got a bigger working width. The Selec is $2,000, this is $3,500, so this is a little bit more expensive, but you do get the extra 4 meters of working width. And the capacity of the Selec's 300, this is 650, so you get a bigger capacity, more than double. So this one might be a good kind of in between the Selec and the Amazon kind of investment. I could see installing this.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, if you're a big Stara fan, I think you'd like that starting out. Next one is going to be the Lizard Transport Box. This is by AgriDesign Austria. Has a current average rating of 4.7 out of 5 stars by 30 people. The download size is 1.42 megabytes. And the price tag is $2,500.
So for less than 2 megabytes and $2,500, you got yourself a little transport container. This is extremely niche. Extremely. And for that reason, I probably wouldn't install it on my map or on my game. Yeah, it's just one of those that I just don't foresee utilizing it.
Right? Me neither. Next one is going to be the North American Shed Pack by BC Bueller and Serious Mods. Has a current average rating of 4.9 out of 5 stars by 94 people. The downloadable size is 10.82 megabytes. The Conquest Shed is $25,000. The console doors on both ends is $27,500. And then the pole shed is $32,500.
So for less than 11 megabytes and 3 sheds, the most expensive one being $32,500. I think this is a good one. I like this one. It's got a good look to it. BC Bueller makes really good looking mods, and I don't think that this is an exception. I think this is a really good looking one.
Yeah, 100%. All right. The next one is going to be the Grain Storage with Hen House. This is by Mr. Grucha. It has a current rating of 4.9 out of 5 stars by 23 people. There's a downloadable size of 54.40 megabytes. The price tag is $80,000. And the barn capacity is 50 chickens.
So this one, for me personally, is a firm no. A hard pass. It looks great. It's a great model. It's got, you know, some features such as solar, uh, multiple different kind of styles between the thick gray brick and the small, you know, brownish tan bricks. I mean, it looks good. It looks really, really good. 54.4 megabytes to install. That's a lot of space for a
That's
shed.
rough. Yeah.
And it's a chicken barn as well, but it's only 50 chickens, so it's
Yeah.
not really a big capacity for chickens. And it's $80,000, so it's
Yep.
the trifecta of no for me.
Right. I will second that one. The next one is the Hobo Farmhouse Pack by Omatama. This is current average rating at 4.8 out of 5 stars by 105 people. The download size is 5.99 megabytes. The tiny house is $1,000. The tent is $50. The seat bench is $50, and the seat doormat is $5.
So this one I absolutely adore. I love this one. Reason being is that you can essentially take a map, take any home, any building, whatever, and turn it into your sleep trigger. The doormat especially is extremely handy and universal. But then you also got the bench, you got the tent, and you got the kind of little tiny cabin. It's great. It's an absolutely beautiful mod, beautiful stuff, and you can go inside the cabin.
Yep. It's a win-win.
Win-win-win.
Let's see. The next one is going to be the Modern Barn with Workshop by ICUS. Has a current average rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 38 people. The download size is 8.86 megabytes. And the price is $60,000.
So for less than 9 megabytes and $60,000, you get yourself a barn with a shed, or a barn with a repair trigger. For me personally, I'm not feeling this one. It's a nice looking mod, nice looking shed, but it's a shed for less than 10 megabytes and 60 grand.
Yeah. I absolutely love ICUS's work, but yeah. I mean, this one didn't really catch my eye, so.
Well, and again, it's a beautiful mod, and ICUS does do fantastic jobs.
Right.
But again, as I was mentioning before, when it comes to a shed, I have to be like really bowled over in order to be like, oh yeah, that one I want.
Oh yeah, 100%. Next one is going to be the Manure Bunker. This is by Grandjurier Gamer. It has a current rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars by 32 people. Download size is 0.14 megabytes. And the price tag is $1,500.
So small to install, cheap to buy, love it, absolutely love it, and it's got, the kind of roundness. It kind of looks a little blocky, from what I can tell, but it's not the end of the world for the price, for the size. I think that it's acceptable.
Right. Let's see here. The next one is going to be the Water Hydrants. This is by FentFan79. That's current average rating of 4.4 out of 5 stars by 18 people. The downloadable size is 0.17 megabytes. The price is $3,000.
So for this one here, small to install, cheap to buy. I like it.
Don't know if it's free water or not. The next one is going to be Ice Cream Factory. This is by Teethy's Saturn. His current average rating of 4.6 out of 5 stars by 52 people. The downloadable size is 5.44 megabytes. Price is $200,000.
So for this one, less than 6 megabytes. That's pretty decent size, not too shabby. 200K for the production point. That's really expensive. And your inputs, you get, let's see, you get things like strawberries, sugar, water as part of your inputs. It also says honey for strawberry ice cream. I don't see honey on the well, that might be because it's scrolled down. So let's see. It's water, honey, chocolate, chili peppers for some reason, milk, eggs, sugar. So right there, you're going to need several other kind of points of production: the bees, cows, chickens, sugar factory, all these various, and chocolate factory, in order to be able to now get to this point, which is another $200,000. So you're spending tons and tons and tons of money. Again, I don't know if the final output of ice cream is worth all the inputs and subsequent factory buys to get to this point. So one of those buyer beware.
See, like the one thing I don't like though is how it's 24 cycles per month though, so it's slow.
Yes. Yeah, so you're going to get roughly, looking at this one here, the strawberry ice cream, 2,400 liters. So maybe 2.5 pallets worth every month.
Mm-hmm.
If they're 1,000 liters per pallet.
Yep, somewhere around there. I mean, I don't have it installed, but I mean, it's something different though,
For sure.
Let's see here. Next one's gonna be the Lizard KM180 4+1+1 by JMZ. So has an overall rating of 4.2 out of 5 stars by 182 people. The download size is 7.88 megabytes. And change log is 1.1.0.0. Improved operation of the AI worker. Change the working with displayed. Plow with setting animation improved. Wheel hub added. And other minor improvements.
So, Chiselback plow, not a huge fan of, full sentence stop. But looking at that independently, less than 8 megabytes to install, and there's multiple sizes for the chiselbacks. So you got 3 separate chisels, or 3 separate plows, I should say. Again, I'm not a fan of the chiselbacks, but it's fine. It's one of those that if you are, then this is going to be something for you. Not for me, though.
Right. Exactly. I'm not either. Don't worry. Next one is going to be the Sledge. This is by JMZ. Has a current average rating of 4.2 out of 5 stars with 155 people have rated it. The downloadable size is 2.33 megabytes. The price is $100. The changelog is 1.0.0.1. Improved sled behavior.
So again, incredibly niche. 2.3 megabytes to install is not too bad. $100 to buy, again, not too bad. But so niche that I would never install this on my system.
I wouldn't either. Don't worry. Next one is going to be Open Garage. This is by Maforky. Has a current average rating of 4.7 out of 5 stars with 246 people have rated it. The downloadable size is 4.89 megabytes. It is 25 by 50 meters. The price tag is $306,500. Change log 1.1.0.0. Fixed LOD visual.
So for less than 5 megabytes, not a bad size. That's actually really good. And for $300,000 plus, that's really expensive. But it's a big building, so it's one of those that if you need something big, this might be a good option for you, and it's going to take up very little size. Price is going to be, the factor. But you can also get color selection and solar panels, so that is nice as well.
Oh, yeah. Next one is, I think this is one that you like too, is the motorized flour mill from AW Modding ABP team. Has a current average rating of 4.3 out of 5 stars by 315 people have rated it. The download size is 4.54 megabytes to download. And the change log is changelog 1.2.0.0. Added rice and long grain rice recipes, like what I said before. Enlarged the silo loading trigger to make loading easier. And redid the mod description to include new recipes.
So I love this production. Absolutely love it. Less than 5 megabytes to install, 100,000 to buy, but the outputs are what really make this special. So what you can get out of this is some of the baked goods, such as bread. You can also get flour. You can also get chaff, and you can also get pig feed. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that you can get from this, and stones. Stones is out of this as well. So there's like 5 separate outputs that you can get from this, maybe even more if I can remember properly. This is a great one. The only thing is that you have to come up with alternative sources for fuel, such as diesel or electricity or methane or whatever the case may be, or wood chips, to be able to continue the process. So there's multiple different recipes available for this one, depending on what kind of fuel source you're going to use to power up the production.
That is one I do actually have installed, just in case if I ever do decide I want to use it. All right, let's move on to a big one here. Next one is Comston Farm by Oxygen David. It has a current average rating of 4.3 out of 5 stars by 2,149 people who rated it. The downloadable size is 703.64 megabytes.
Oh goodness, where to begin? Do we want to begin with the file size? 700
Sure.
megabytes. It's large. It's huge.
Yep.
I don't care. I don't
Yeah.
care. This is a map that completely blows out of the water the whole file size theory. I would fill up my Xbox 3 times over for this map. It's just that good. I love this map. It's based off a real life location in the UK. It is just absolutely amazing. It was an amazing map in FS22. It's even better in 25 in my opinion. There are some issues with it currently. There are some issues, but I know that Oxygen David is working on them and is aware of a great many of them. So it's one of those that the update should be out here within the next several days, I'm guessing, because updates and stuff take far less time than posting a new mod kind of thing. Yep. So we ought to be getting that very soon. The only problem, the only bugger I saw was the simple fact that it's likely going to require a new save game, which means I'm going to have to start a new live stream map in order to get all the updates properly. But I'm willing to do that.
It is actually one reason why I stopped playing it, because I know it's probably going to require a new game save.
It's one of those that I will be able to just make the notes necessary to pick right back up, and just I haven't made so much progress that it's going to be impossible for me to do anything.
Right, I gotcha. But yeah, overall, I think this map should be like a 5 out of 5 or somewhere close to it.
Oh yeah, the fact that it's 4.3 is, again, criminal, absolute criminal. Right. It's one of those that it's just got this charm that's exuded all throughout it. And I have a feeling that the 4.3 that it's currently getting is influenced by some of the flaws that were a part of it upon its release. I have that feeling that people just voted based on what they saw out the gate, not thinking that, okay, there's going to be updates, there's going to be iterations and stuff like that, and kind of go from there.
No, I definitely agree with that 100%, and I'm very excited to see what what the update brings.
For sure. Do you mind if I catch up with my chat real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So let's go ahead and pull that down and bring this up. So we got, I think, Benji saying good night, everyone. Good night, Benji. Hope you have a fantastic night. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. We got Jonah saying 1, 2, 3, LOL, 4, 5, 6, and a couple of emojis. Jonah. And that is it. But I do hate to spoil the party, but I have to work in the morning.
So do I.
Oof. So yeah, I need to call it there, Will. I do apologize.
How far did we get?
Well, we were actually, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, only 14 more mods to go.
Oof. Oof. I wish I could, man. I really do, but I've got to get to a.
Hey, you know what though? I was literally just about to tell you, like, dude, we've been streaming for about a little bit over 5.5 hours.
5.5 hours. Yeah. 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 Oh my goodness. But yeah, I had an absolute blast. If y'all are continuing, feel free, but I got to call it from here.
Nah, I'm gonna be hopping off.
All right, everyone. Well, I hope that everybody enjoyed it. I know I certainly did. I want to thank WillTGaming for partnering with me for this one. And yeah, we got a whole lot of stuff accomplished here today. I am guessing, and we'll confirm this if you want. I think we'll probably pick up fresh starting next Sunday. Does that seem pretty good to you?
Yes. And I just want to point this out real quick. I know we didn't get over any of the news, which is, I mean, it is what it is. There was a lot of news, and we probably would have gone for another 5 hours.
Yeah.
But if you be, you can just go right to WillT Gaming Encyclopedia page right on Facebook, post everything there. You can just take a look yourself. So, but as of next week Sunday, it'd be a fresh, all new mods, all new news, and we won't have to pick up for 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, and we'll see how things go this week for Giants and see if they release a whole bunch or if they release nothing or whatever the case may be. We'll see.
Yep.
All right, everyone. Like I said, I had a blast. I hope you all did too. If you did, show us by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things the algorithms enjoy doing. The shows you're engaged with this channel and enjoying the content. And that being said, hope everybody has a fantastic day. Take care, everyone.
Bye.